best part about moving is I won't have just one cat. I shall have two.
Oh no.
Excited.
Ooh.
Husband isn't happy about it, but he told me when we moved I could get a second one.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold them to that.
I'm holding him to it, and I'm like,
Yep.
I take care of them, I feed them, you just
Now just
them.
every year you live in that house, celebrate by getting a cat.
No.
What?
No. I'm two is my
Every-
max.
Every 20 years. So
No.
remember, cats can
Yeah.
live to like 30, man. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Oh, is not smart enough to live that long.
welcome, anyone, to season 6, session 0 of Bane of the Ancients, which we're calling Bane of the Frost Maiden. Well, I'm calling it that.
So,
I am Gats. I am the GM for Bane of the Ancients currently. And who am I playing with tonight?
Hello, everyone. I go by Eludria Online, and I'm going to be playing Sane. He's very Sane.
amazing description.
Sane
So, I
is-
am Charlotte, and I will be reprising the role of Zilphanus once more.
Over to you, Paul.
Hello?
Oh,
It's actually
I thought
it's not alphabetical because I didn't fix
oh
it.
no. Okay.
Oh, no.
Cool. Howdy, y'all. I'm Paul, and you'll have to endure my voice for Tom.
Hello,
That's it.
I'm Joe, and I'll be playing the Drow Wizard, Valis.
Wow, wizard. All right, well, thank you very much. So, this is session 0. Just want to remind everybody, relax, have fun. This is our fun game activity for Saturdays. First thing I'm going to do is read you a little bit just to get the setting set. First thing is actually an excerpt from the Crystal Shard book from the Driz series, which I really like. So,
Ooh.
a well-known journal scrap has spread around the communities of Nisoko. This scrap from a journal from a supposed drow who had escaped the Underdark. Everybody's familiar with this passage in Icewind Dale. It goes like this. If I could choose what life would be mine, it would be the life that I now have at this time. I'm at peace, and yet the world around me swirls with turmoil, the ever-present threat of barbarian raids, goblin wars, tundra yetis, and gigantic polar worms. The reality of existence here in Icewind Dale is harsh indeed, an environment unforgiving, where one mistake can cost you your life. That is the joy of this place, the very edge of disaster. Not because of treachery, as I knew in my home, where I grew up. I can accept the risk of Icewind Dale. I can revel in them and use them to keep my warrior instincts finely honed. I can use them to remind me every day of the glory of life, that there is no complacency here, in this place where safety cannot be taken for granted, where a turn of the wind can pile snow over your head, where a single misstep on a boat can put you into water that will steal your breath and render muscles useless. When you live with death so close, you come to appreciate life all the more. Less in mere seconds, where a simple lapse on the tundra could put you in the belly of a fierce yeti. So,
Riz Doer.
Drist Doer. You all now find yourselves as members of one of the rare caravans that is making its way towards 10 towns. You're crossing over the Great Mountain Range. Just realized one problem with my notes being in front of my face, so I can't actually manage Roll20. Okay, sorry. Give me 1 second here. Bloop. You are all now crossing over the Great Mountain Range to the north. During one of the very rare caravans that makes its way past the mountain range known as the Spine of the World. You were all accepted onto this caravan by the trail boss named Sela. She responds to Scylla or Sela. They allowed each of you to join this caravan in exchange for most of your coins, some of your goods, and your agreement to be continued help along the journey. She didn't ask any of you why you were heading there, and preemptively stated she knows that people have their reasons to travel to Icewind Dale. Scylla's a short and overweight half-elf, rumored half-dwarf, with thin white hair, gray eyes. She wears leather armor and wields a morning star and a shield, typically shrewd and can be quite impatient. This particular caravan, traveling up in the spring in the southern area of the continent, includes about 20 wagons and representatives from nearly every town in 10 towns. Trail boss usually found near the back of the caravan, while her other leads and trusted cycle through the caravan, making sure everything's running as smoothly as it can. She assigned each of you roles as part of the agreement, and your roles on the caravan are usually as follows. Sylphanus, your organization has a welcome reputation. It's too bad that you hadn't been up north. You'll be helping out with the other scouts, watching for danger, helping us stay out of it as much as you can. I'll be rotating you around with the other scouts, depending on the situation, and trying to keep you all fresh and on your toes. I typically have you work in pairs. I have teams up front, rear, and flanking out of the side of the caravan. It's dangerous work, but I trust you can handle yourself if you're careful. You'll typically be working very closely with one of the other scouts, or maybe two scouts, as I see fit. Sane, you paid Scylla well enough, and you're so small, and you can tell there's a bit of racism going on. Even though you are technically half-elf, you look almost like you're half-halfling. Maybe full halfling.
Because I am.
Scylla's not going to make you do anything heavy on the caravan. But you did mention to her that you're good with people and that you notice things that other people might not pick up. So she's assigning you to kind of ride along near the center of the caravan, maybe hopping every once in a while from wagon to wagon, depending on how things go, and report anything strange to Scylla or one of the other bosses that she designates as you see fit. She advises don't try and take care of anything by yourself, lest you end up dead. And if you can throw things like you say, go ahead and maybe dissuade anything that might be threatening the wagons or near you. And with kind of a grin, don't cause any trouble.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Valis, when you first met Scylla, there was a little bit of shock, but she swallowed it down. Being a drow, you are very rare up here. You kind of figured that out during your time that you've been up here up north already. But she allows you on the caravan anyways, despite your heritage. Says you're to help with fires and signaling. That magic you told me about will come in useful for saving us, flint, oil, etc. Those are valuable resources up north. Your job is basically to do what I and the other leads tell you. Mainly that it's going to be keep the fires going, maybe dim or brighten them as requested. If there's a blizzard or something like that, maybe change the colors if we'd ask. Also help with passing messages along the entire caravan with that booming voice thing that you can do. And she kind of gives you a little bit of worried look. Try and keep in the sight of at least a few people. And if you can make friends, keep them close. Implying somebody might just kind of do away with you if they get the chance. Tom, you were pretty eagerly hired on as a caravan guard and muscle. She asks that you stick close to the wagons, help with whatever needs lifting, pulling, holding, braking, and you're to dissuade anyone or anything that gets too close from attacking the caravans, back her and the leads up as needed, as requested. And during the conversation, your kind of charming self, you mentioned that you do have some experience lifting the spirits of those around you as it sees fit. She encouraged you when appropriate. She'd definitely appreciate if you could use some of those skills to lift the morale, especially during camps or downtime. Just don't get too distracting and don't sing to yourself in a way that will drive people mad. Besides that, Scylla kind of, during the first couple camps, tried to organize it and kind of route you newer folks who haven't been to 10 towns before together. And with that, you do find yourselves usually eating together more often than not when you're both all kind of off duty. Sometimes it'll be broken off in pairs, depending on what the caravan's up to, who's working, who's doing what. All right. Any questions? Should be all familiar to you.
Yeah,
familiar.
sounds good.
Sounds good. You guys have been on this caravan. You're pretty. It feels like forever. You've been crossing these mountains, seeing nothing but peaks, and more peaks, riding, scouting, fixing, being cold, bundling up as much as you can, as much as you'd like to. You're about 6 weeks into this journey. It's been almost entirely mountains, most of it. But Scylla is telling you that you're on the final stretch. That although supplies are running low, patience is running low, morale sometimes running low, and irritability running high, it's not that much farther down. We just got to keep plugging forward, keep going, and it should be fine. Zilphanus, you're currently assigned to be one of the forward scouts for this caravan. You're essentially making sure that the path that you're going towards is still clear, keeping an eye out for threats. There had been signs of maybe some orcs out in these areas riding works, so keeping a special eye out for that.
Good.
Yep, good. And you're up there with a familiar scout you end up being buddied with quite often. A little dwarf ranger, as my voice disappears, with the name of Helg. I'll put that in the chat for you. Helg, for a dwarf, he's a little tall and a little thinner. It might just because he hasn't been eaten as heartily as he would like on this travel. You're pretty sure you've watched his belt loops get tighter and tighter during these 6 weeks you've been on the road. Maybe he's not too hungry in the cold. Maybe he's just trying to save his stuff for later. It's unclear. And yeah, he typically wears leather armor, uses a short sword. He's got copper hair and hazel eyes. And when you guys are kind of walking to your forward spot, he always likes to kind of tell and ask stories about legendary heroes and battles, just kind of yammering on, oh, have you heard this one story? It's excellent. I got to tell you about it. That kind of a thing.
I just let him talk.
Just let him talk. So you're up there scouting ahead for this caravan. Go ahead and roll me a survival with advantage, since you've got Helg helping you out right now.
Love it.
So Helgful.
20. 20.
Dirty 20. Dirty 20 is really good. Okay.
Starting it off strong.
Hells yeah.
Let's go. Let's go.
Pick up that luck.
You and Helg pretty quickly surmise from a kind of higher vantage point up on one of these lower peaks, the path that you guys were planning to go. There is some scary looking snow, a little heavy. The sun had been shining on it for quite a long time as well. We'll say it's maybe early afternoon right now while you're traveling. So you know to direct the caravan on an alternate route that Scylla is familiar with, not to take the main pass. Basically, you guys just avoided maybe getting caught in an avalanche. Congrats.
Hey!
From up high, you can see the farther north you go, the clouds definitely get darker. It's a familiar sight, but that familiar sight is seeming much closer than it used to be. You're pretty sure maybe in the next few days the sun might not really be shining anymore. Scylla warned you all about this.
Seasonal depression, hell yeah.
Year-long depression now. Everyone's stressed. Nice, Wendell.
Great.
But yeah, you scout that, and with your awesome dirty 20 you guys rolled, you can head back to the caravan and report to everybody. Awesome.
Okay, will do.
So, who should we go with next? Let's go with Sane. Sane, you're doing your usual thing. You're sitting in your caravan, all cozy, bundled up. You can hear the comforting steps of Tom outside of the caravan, kind of nearby, shuffling around a kind of 4-wagon perimeter that he probably walks. You hear, Valis every so often. I have a quick question for you, Valis. Would you have taken Scylla's advice and tried to maybe keep a friend nearby to keep an eye on you? And would one of these folks be that? Okay. So
Yes, 100%.
Valis requested that you try to keep an eye on his back, Sane. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So you can kind of peek out of this wagon and just make sure, he's not stabbed. No one's standing behind him.
Yeah.
You turn back for 5 seconds, come back around, he's just got a knife out of his bag.
I actually, I
May or
want
may
you
not
to
be
roll
yours.
me a perception and an investigation real quick, Sane.
Absolutely. So perception here is going to be a 6,
Okay.
but the investigation is going to be a 13.
Respectable. So, to kind of give you the setting here right now, it's a clear sky where you're at. It's kind of smooth riding through thick snow. Oxes are pulling the wagons. You're making ox pace travel, which is walking speed. You've
Okay,
been going
yeah.
about the same speed this whole time.
Snowplow speed.
Maybe. Give Tom another shield. Just. So, I'm going to go out on a limb here. So, Sonny, I'm assuming you might be kind of daydreaming a bit with the perception, maybe not focusing as much as you should, just relying on kind of your passive picking up on cues. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I mean, we've only got a few days left of day. I
Yeah.
gotta get the daydreaming in while I can.
Yeah, exactly. Enjoy that sun. Maybe even kind of get the sunbeams on you. Keep that little tan that you have going while you can.
Exactly.
So Sane's using the excuse of keeping an eye on Valis as a reason for tanning the little bit he can under and over with the snow.
Get an extra tan because of the snow.
So Sane, I want you to roll me a d6.
Sure. That's going to be a 2.
Okay. Now I want you to roll me a d20.
That is going to be a 9.
Okay.
Spicy.
Okay. Maybe actually. Maybe literally. So
Oh,
the wagon in front of yours, you've been dealing with this for most of the trip. Some people have expressed, but nobody's really dealt with it directly. And maybe this is also part of why your perception's bad. You're trying to tune it out. There is a horrendous smell coming from the wagon in front of you. It just smells like rotten fermented fish and horrific spices on top of it. And
Right,
it's-
that's disgusting.
it's always lingering back into this wagon. You have tried to switch wagons around, but sometimes the wagons end up shuffling because an axle gets broken or someone gets stuck, and
It just ends back up in front.
you keep getting behind this thing, and it's there, and your head is out, and it's wafting just with the wind into you. You can hear grumbling from the other folks on the wagon with you. It's a family of traders covering their noses with their clothes as best as they can, bundling up. Sane, what do you think about this? How would he deal with this?
Just in terms of the wagon once again being in front.
You have been smelling this for like 4
Mm.
weeks.
oh.
Okay.
Some days it's worse than others. Today,
Yeah.
it's moderately bad.
Okay. I've probably got my go-to, like, scented cloth or something I had acquired. Just like I hidden off under some blankets that I can wrap around my face when it gets particularly bad.
It's not strong enough today. But yeah, it's like you've got that nice smelling thing that you can't smell very well right now.
Now it's the stinky mixed with whatever that nice smell is, so it's like
You're-
worse.
You're pairing that nice thing with this. It's like Pavloving it right now.
Okay, I like it was just like a really frustrated grumble. I like untie it, like toss it to.
I actually want you to roll me a wisdom save for your little
You know?
bit of caravan fever.
That's fair. He's probably not doing 13, so respectable.
Yeah, you're not gonna
Hating it.
You're not gonna go stab anybody right now or anything.
Hating
but
it.
You're hating it.
You know, it's
Yeah.
nice to talk her. He'll pop out and go find somebody to vent to. Probably Valis.
Valis, honestly, just for convenience sake, Tom and Valis are both kind of within earshot. I'll say Valis, you typically end up on the left side of the wagon, but do you want to be at? Let's just put you on Tom's side. Just make it easy.
Yeah.
I have another quick question, Tom.
Yeah.
Valis, would you guys have made any kind of buddy agreement previously during the caravan, during your meals and such?
You know,
Valis?
Tom's. Oh, go ahead.
Valis, you first.
Valis probably would have, out of the little group that kept constantly coming back together for like food and all that, he would try to be like, "Hey, can you protect me, please? In case I don't want to die out here."
And Valis he's not much bigger than Sane, honestly. He's
He's
very
not.
short. No, drow
Mhm.
are drow males are very small elves.
How tall? Can I ask how tall he is?
How tall do you want to be, Valis? Like 5'4"? 5'5"? Maybe
Let's go
shorter?
5'5". My own height, 5'5".
So like, there's Tom and Z who are just like towering over everyone.
And Sane,
Well-
how tall are you, Sane?
Sade is just above 4 feet tall.
Okay,
Mhm.
so I'm gonna
A little
shorten you
too tall
down.
to be a halfling, a little too short to be a half elf. 3'7"? How's that sound?
I want to make you a little above 4 foot.
I mean, yeah, 4'2" is what I have for Sane
4'2",
right now.
that's fine. Valis, I want to shorten you down from 5'4".
Okay.
Suddenly,
Oh,
Valis
short.
just shrinks.
Let's make you 5'2".
Nice.
Okay.
5'2".
You got a head on me.
Yeah. So yeah,
Yeah.
Valis, you're a head taller than Sane. Tom, you're a giant cat man.
Yep. Tom is like 6'9".
Oh no.
Just towers.
Sylvanas is about six.
So
It's
Tom,
about what?
Oh, I heard
I
something.
said Sylvanas is about 6 foot.
Nice. Sylvanas has got that wood elf build. Okay, I like it. I feel like 6 foot is like the premium height for a dude in
Yeah.
America. It really
It
is.
is,
I wish I was 6 foot. Anyways, Valis, Tom.
All right.
Just had to say that. Get that out. Valis and Tom, how closely would you guys kind of be walking? Are you like side by side, or Valis? Are you like giving him distance? Tom, do you like growl at him? Like, what do we got going on here?
You know, side by side sounds good. So, you know, Tom's
Mhm.
big old floof tail doesn't like hit him.
Okay.
Because, you know, being a very tall creature means you have a pretty long tail.
Definitely.
And probably a lot of people are like, "Oh God, it's Tom. Watch out for his tail. It's gonna knock shit over again."
As cats often do.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are side by side, and let's just say you guys have been kind of quietly walking for a bit. Sana, you peek your head out the other side of the wagon, trying futilely to avoid this smell. It's like it just coming for you all the time, but you were going to start chatting it up.
So, how far are they from the caravan?
10 feet, probably,
10 feet.
you know? Maybe a little farther. depending on what the terrain's like. Does that sound good to you, Paul?
Hey,
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be close enough that we can like actually, protect the wagons. Anyways,
the guy just leans on the edge of the guy like, hey,
howdy.
Hello, Sonai.
you smell that? I think I placed it.
Just takes a big old whiff.
Tom, you smell
Mm.
it. Valis, roll me perception real quick. And
Right.
I actually want Valis. I want you to roll me a Constitution, real
Okay,
quick.
that was GM. I need to fix that. But that
So-
was a 13.
13. So the same. Yeah, you're noticing it. But roll me a con for this smell, Valis.
Okay.
Hope it's in that one. Oh, there you
15.
go.
It's not that bad.
It's not quite the worst thing that I've ever
Don't say that.
smelled.
Don't.
Makes me hanker for some home cooking. The Tabaxis have this really special dish that takes about 2 months to prepare. It has cabbage and spices and fish, and you just kind of put it in a bowl
Spices.
and just wait.
It's the spices. That's what it is. Down south, hear me out. Hear me out. There's this one spice used by snake oil salesmen. It's called the devil's dung. Terrible. It makes your skin smell. They think, oh, it'll prolong life. It's great, right? Why would they be bringing that out here?
I mean, I'll tell you what, people like to spice it up.
Yeah, I know. For weeks now, I've known.
Hey,
Sonai, do you think that might be targeting you or something?
Somebody's got this look like. Oh. Not saying they are, but listen. I have a plan. When we park for camp, right? If we head out just a little bit earlier, I know when they head out. I know exactly when they head out in the morning. It was just slightly after dawn. If we get out just slightly before them, you could help me wake the family, right? And we could get ahead of it. The wind should keep blowing this way. It'll fix the problem.
I reckon we're in this order for a reason.
But if I was a little further ahead, think about it. You'd be quicker to get to any trouble.
I mean,
Tom, I think the order has been changing a good bit. So I think that they were actually behind the caravan that Sane was in.
Well, they used to be behind. They used to be. That lasted a day and a half, maybe.
I ain't driving the wagon. I'm only protecting it. You'll have to talk to the driver.
Yeah. I'll do that. And so he just got it ducks back under. Like, you good, Valis? You feeling all right?
I'm okay. I have my friend here. I have my furry friend.
Can you even reach his shoulders?
Probably not. Probably
You
just
give him the
Up your
arm
arm.
squeeze.
Just pat his like leg armor. Yeah, boink.
Boink.
Give his tail a pat as it swishes.
Quick question: did that 16 show up publicly?
I'm not seeing it.
Okay.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Yeah, I don't.
So,
Oh, no.
Sylphanus, on your
what
way
happens
back, Helg challenged you to another race.
Oh,
The scores were
The-
tied, and it's a
Ooh.
long distance race, so it's a mix of your athletics, your ability to, navigate the best path, your cheekiness when it comes to shortcuts.
Tell me I
You're-
broke an ankle.
I was gonna ask you what you'd like to do with the natural one that you rolled for the race with Helg. It's totally up to you. It doesn't have to be horrible. This is just in zero.
Me poor wrists.
But what's your excuse when you get back? You know, what happened?
I tripped.
You tripped. Okay.
My usual elven grace betrayed me. I fell through the snow, and my toe caught on something, and I fell face first into the snow.
Got it.
Comes back not covered in snow.
So maybe what really happened is a secret that might die with Sylphanus, but we'll just say that you tell him you tripped and fell in the snow. It's good.
Yeah.
We like it. Okay. It could even be that. Who knows? We'll see.
Ooh,
But-
I have a good idea of what it could be. I'll message you.
Okay. You tell him it's the classic. I tripped. Yeah, whatever. It happens. And then Helg's gonna give you some shit about like, you and your you think you're so deep you could have never fought. Blah blah blah. Dwarven legs, dwarven power. Just
Norman
Yeah.
legs built tough.
and he points to them and like they're thick. They're like as thick as your waist almost.
Dwarf tough.
Dwarf
Thick thighs save lives.
thick thighs. Literally, his thick thighs saved lives. He rolled a 16.
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, I
So-
rolled a 1. Anything was gonna beat that.
He makes it back way before you do, but you make your way back at your own pace. Tom, how do you feel about this smell in the caravan in front of you, given everything about Tom?
I mean, fermenting fish? Hell's yeah. He'd probably be all for it. As I said, Tabaxi food, there's some that are fermented fish that just stay on the wagon forever and ever.
And the
And,
crazy spices are probably, it's almost like Indian spice, just really potent on top of it.
I'm thinking something close to like kimchi, but instead of just cabbage or I guess it's called Chinese cabbage or bok choy, whatever you want to call it. It has fish in it too. So, you're getting that like fatty, fishy smell with all those spices and the cabbage. So it's just eye-watering and oh so delicious.
Okay. I bet you got some like freezing drool drops coming through like the little fur right
Oh, yeah.
here.
Every time the wind blows from that direction, just drool and memories of home or wherever
Home.
home was
Quote-
at
big
that.
quotes. Big quotes.
Yeah. Yep. Big quotes. Home.
Home is where the hearth is, So
Hey.
So yeah, it's probably just one of those childhood smells that Tom's just like. It's good. He doesn't really understand Sane and their whole like obsession of getting ahead because it's just like, just bask in it, dude. It's home cooking.
Delicious.
nice.
Ah, yes.
Smells like ass.
It's a delicacy.
Love it. So
I'm gonna have
Tom-
that as a soundbite.
it's like ass.
It's just
What is Tom's method for kind of being this mid right guard? What is his patrol strategy like?
Well, he has about like 4 wagons he's circling around constantly.
Basically, yeah. There's
Yeah.
you on this side. There's usually someone else on the other side, kind of passing more. But yeah, you've got kind of this like 4, and you can get somewhere if you need to from there.
Yeah, Tom's pretty quick. He probably like looks forward. He makes sure like every wagon is like doing okay. That there's no like axle split in, no wheels, doing whatever. No one has anything wrong with them. Just make sure that everyone's all right. Let them pass, and then he probably like jumps ahead again. Check with the scouts if there's anything, and it's a lot of stop and go. And if anybody wants to do a conversation, he usually stops and walks beside them, and he's a very sociable cat man, and Yeah. He's just doing his job, doing it the best way, keep an eye out for any varmints, and yeah, he's doing his job. Maybe every once in a while when it's just like someone's like, yo, it's too quiet, he'll just pull out his guitar and start strumming something so like everyone's not like super nervous.
So I'm gonna have you do a few rolls here.
That's how we
First-
start ambulances, folks.
First one's gonna be investigation for kind of checking on the wagons, seeing how they're running, things like that.
Okay. He is so good at this, guys. I'm telling you.
Slash doubt.
It's not your job.
Oh,
It's not your
one.
job. You know, you do the thing where like you come up, you look at the wagon, you're like, that wagon's moving. I don't see any split wood. It's fine. Like that kind of some squeaks,
Yeah.
some groans of wagons is normal to you. That's fine.
Right, he's lived with wagons all his life, and they make all sorts
Yeah,
of sounds,
See,
you know.
wagons made out of all kinds of shit. If it
Oh,
rolls,
yeah.
it's good. If it just rolls, it's good. Okay.
Oh
Like
no.
it. I had a question. So, with you looking out for varmints, what's his strat? Is it kind of just like, that over the shoulder, corner of the eye kind of thing? Or are you actually pausing and like, you know?
He's well after all the wagons just like go by, he does kind of a sweeping gaze from like front, just in case, like, oh yeah, there's like wagons on fire and stuff up ahead, and maybe the 4 wagons should stop, or giant beasts or whatever, or here's the screams of other people behind her, and then he pans, even if there's like a cliff face, he pans and then looks behind.
I'm going to have you roll me perception with disadvantage on this particular check.
Oh, hey.
It makes perfect sense to me what you're doing, though. You're basically, you have your routine, you're like, I definitely checked. I'm going to go back to my stuff. Yep.
13 with disadvantage, I'll take that.
Not
it's not too bad. Not too bad.
I'm going to come back to that.
Respectable.
You do notice something, Tom. One other thing. With your breaking the silence, roll me a performance check.
Okay.
This is
How good you
essentially...
are.
Oh!
22.
This was
That's one of the
to
things he's good at.
This was to see if they were going to try and throw you off the ship, kind of a thing. How good is
Throw you
Tom's
off the island.
music?
He's like, is it Gene Autry? Yeah. Just a singing cowboy. You can't get mad at him. He's just, either strumming and making just pretty guitar noises, or he's, singing about open roads and going to a place where you belong, looking at night skies. It's not offensive music. It's just, situation they're in. Maybe like sounding a little bit warmer because, when you hear about warm things, sometimes you do feel a little bit warmer.
So, I'm going to come back to that again. Actually, real quick, here's something that happens every once in a while, Tom. So you have your music, and you're really good at it. 22, very solid. There's one other person who really likes to play their music, and it kind of clashes with yours usually. Sometimes you guys play together, it's great. But if it's like that, I want to listen to my music right now, not your music right now, they'll try to drown you out. They're usually up at the very front of the wagon, so it's not like they're right there. But they rolled a nat 20 for their music. So it's up to you, Tom, if you want to be competitive. But you hear more people being like, oh, that song you play, blah, 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 to the other guy more often than to you, basically. But you're both amazing at bringing morale up, calming the road. This caravan's, like, pretty chill pretty chill in these frosty mountains.
Damn it.
Compared to the other caravans Tom has encountered in the place. Yeah, I believe that. Tom's not competitive. Tom is here essentially as a guard, not as a bard. So, he feels like he's a little bit more useful than the guy who's just
Up in his
playing.
wagon playing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's-
Tom's doing stuff. He's doing his own thing. If no one complains about his music, that's fine. If they want him to like change it up, he'll do it.
Yeah.
Sometimes he'll even play along with you know, Emo McGee and his, uh dubstep bagpipes,
Let's give Emo McGee a name real quick. I like it. How would I pronounce this? Steine, probably.
or just Stein.
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 Yeah. It's
Yeah.
For
Stein.
Stein.
Um,
Stein.
So yeah, Stein. He's actually a dragonborn who rides on the front caravan. Bronze dragonborn with the amber eyes and wears glasses, which are really rare in this world. So he tries to take very good care of him. You can tell Stein is quite competitive. You don't even have to roll insight for that. Sometimes if you're playing really good, he'll like try to outdo you a bit. But again, they're so far apart, and if the wind's blowing, it doesn't really matter.
I mean, Tom's probably one of those infuriating guys that
Can't
when
piss
he
him
starts
off.
well, and also when he starts to compete, Tom just plays along. Like, and he's good at it. Which probably makes it more infuriating because it's like he's not trying to drown, he's just trying to make it better. Always better. Always harmonizing. Always like, good job there, Stein.
You just
I reckon you
won't
did a good job.
engage with him on that level, essentially. I like it.
Yeah, like Tom has nothing to prove to Stein, even though Stein believes he has something to prove to everyone.
Yeah, Stein's cool factor on that is a 3. So awesome. Soon you're going to be making it back, Sylphanos, but real quick, going to pan to Valis. And then we'll come back to that 13 that you rolled, Tom. So Valis, you're not being asked to do anything right now. All the lanterns that would need to be lit are lit. Nobody's shouting for you to do anything. You're quote unquote safe near Tom, and Sani's right nearby. And you've seen Sani do some tricks now and again. He's pretty quick with the blade and his hands. So, what do you do during this walk in the kind of blindingly bright snow during this afternoon sun?
Valis would not have seen any other of his kin on this caravan throughout the journey, has he?
No, you're the only drow on this caravan.
Alright. Walking and reading his book probably would not be a good idea.
Why not?
So he would
read and walk at the same time.
I do it.
he wouldn't be able to see where he's going.
Here's the thing.
Okay, well, that's the risk you take.
We're
So hold on to Tom's scale.
Do
A
you
good read.
Yeah.
do you want to try to do that, Valis? Or
Yeah.
or have tried to do it at least. See if something you've learned.
Yeah, he'll half try it.
Okay. So this is going to be so first of all, what's your passive? Your passive's low, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's a 10.
Yeah. Okay. So you got 10 on your passive perception. Roll me an intelligence check. Just a straight intelligence.
Good at those. 16.
Nice. Roll me acrobatics.
All right. Good at those as well.
Double it.
20
Oh.
total. 30.
Wow,
20.
yeah, you are.
Nicely done.
So
Who can read and walk?
you figured it out. Again, you guys are going at a slow walking pace, like pretty slow. I'll give you the numbers in a second here, but you're able to kind of either walk in Tom's path, walk between the wagons and the wagon tracks, keep your eyes on the book, kind of just listening, making sure you're generally near the wagons, and when you do slip or almost fall, you don't fall. You're 20 on that acrobatics keeps you on your feet. So no, you're totally able to read and walk at a slow pace.
Mhm.
What are you reading?
The book that he's reading is one of the journals that he has been writing in that might have accounts, or it might have on the front accounts of wild drow, or I don't know. Work in progress for a name.
So
Field study of drow out in the wild.
Yeah.
so you're the Darwin of drows.
Yes.
Just to clarify, you're kind of reviewing your own notes that you've put
Yes.
together,
Wow.
and
the
trying
Going
to
back
kind of
through-
put them together.
Wow, it's
Yeah.
fatales.
Got it.
Going back through some other some towards the beginning of one specific drow that he heard a lot of accounts of.
Got it. So you're kind of remembering recent things that you've written down, looking through your old notes, trying to put things together. Got it. During this travel, you've actually gotten some pretty decent progress with that. We'll just have that 16 be your kind of progress on those notes during this journey, when time allows.
All right.
Cool. Zilphanis, you finally make it back. Helg's standing there smug as a dwarf can be. And he's like, I told you I'd beat you back. Oops, sorry, say that
I
again.
let you win this time.
You let me win, huh? How'd you go and do that?
With my tricky elven ways, that's how.
You tricked me into winning this time, huh?
Indeed. Never
He's-
lose to you.
He's like trying to decide how to feel about this and how to react to the cookies.
You can definitely tell. He can tell that I'm kidding. Like,
Yeah, he knows you're kidding, but he's like, how do I want to play with this? Well, see, the problem is with you tricking me into winning is I won fair and square.
he thinks so.
I do. I'm not giving you my win, Zilphanis.
Of course, I would never expect you to give me your win, but the truth still is I let you.
His chin tucks back and his beard kind of poofs onto his chest. Just, oh. Oh. Well, I'm up one, and there's not much longer to go.
We will be even again by tomorrow. Don't you worry.
Something to keep in mind with your relationship with Helg. Helg is one of the newer scouts on the caravan, but Scylla has taken a liking to them. It's one of the reasons you guys get along so well. There's not this big power dynamic. Helg's been very excited to kind of show you the North, as they have just been getting good at it. And they're really liking winning right now. But, well, since you're so slow, do you want me to run back and tell Scylla?
Sure, that would be excellent.
Let me...
Thank you.
And he kind of gives you a look. And you can tell from the look on his face, he's not being subtle. But he's trying to read you to see if you're okay. Rolled a 14. Is Zilphanis okay right now with how they lost? That's the
Yeah.
question. He's okay. Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't place too much stock in this
Oh, it's not
race.
about
He just,
that you lost. It's about how you lost, because he knows you're full
Oh.
of it.
he's fine.
Okay. He gives you that look like, okay, I'm going to leave you, kind of a thing. And he runs off in kind of a showing off manner, pumping his little dwarven legs as fast as he can towards the back of the caravan. Just...
Roll my eyes.
Tom, Valis, you guys see a dwarf with a big ass grin just sprinting dead towards you guys.
Yeah,
It's Helg.
just Dennis. We know who Helg is, right?
You've seen
by
him.
this point.
Yeah.
Okay, Tom's just gonna be, howdy, Helg. Win another race.
course, as he's like running back past you.
Would I be like slowly kind of trailing behind and making my way? Yeah, okay.
Yep. So
As Hel was running by, Felsby, hi, Hel. Oh, okay.
I like it. Valis is trying to talk a little quick, and Tom's just kind of going, howdy.
and Sana, you heard the thumping dwarf in the exchange, but you're chilling.
Yeah.
And yeah, Zilphanis, you make your way back, and you see Tom and Valis walking side by side. Valis with his nose in a book, somehow walking and reading again. Gotta ask him how he does that.
Again.
Tom being pleasant as
Out of the
ever.
snow before.
Yeah, Tom's just gonna greet Zelphanus. Howdy, Zelphanus. Heard you lost the race.
I did, but tomorrow is another day and another race.
As long as you keep moving forward, I reckon you could beat him.
Oh, I will always beat him. There's no question of that.
Well, keep trying and be your best. And he just kind of like nods at you and smiles.
I'll kind of fall in step with Valis. That book any good? I've had your nose buried in it for days.
Yes, it's my own journal. I'm keeping accounts of other drow that I've met or have heard stories of. Would you like to read it?
Sure. And I'll just kind of like look over. I won't take the book from you. I'll just lean over and also try and walk and read. What does I read? If I'm able to.
I gonna have you. So, you're coming into step to the side of Valis, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have you do a similar challenge of rolling me an intelligence and a acrobatics real quick.
Intelligence and an acrobatics.
No.
12. 7 and 12.
So the movement of the book and everything. Maybe if you were holding it, it would be easier. But he's holding the book, walking, balancing it. You're trying to walk next to it. You feel like a little. Actually, roll me a con save for this.
That sounds awful.
Let's check Zilphanis' vestibular system real quick.
Just awful.
Oh no!
9, and then you also wanted a. That's a 1.
Okay.
2 1s. We're getting them out tonight.
Okay.
I rolled a dirty 20 to start, and now the universe is punishing me.
Fine. So you're feeling like you're trying to read it. You get some words in. You're like, you're not quite falling, but you kind of like trip a couple times, and you have to get back up and find your place. And you're trying to do this for a bit, and you're starting to feel really nauseated. Your vestibular system does not like this reading, walking while someone's holding a book in the snow behind a wagon with wretched fish smell coming back at you. Combo.
Cool.
And Tom,
Mm-hmm.
that 13 perception, let me tell you some stuff real quick here. Need to do one more roll, though. Okay. You notice a thing. Let me pull up what the thing is.
Is it bigger than a bread basket?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it
Bigger than-
white? Yes.
2 bread baskets? No.
Bigger than
Animal, vegetable, or mineral?
None. Is it a fungi that does not fit in any of those categories?
Could be a slime mold, too. That's bigger than a bread basket. That's kind of horrifying, though.
That's gotta be a pass from me.
This is perfect timing. I think it's a good time for a short break on the hour mark while I get this put together.
Cool.
Okay.
Look at that.
Yeah, we're
Alright.
gonna start an encounter, guys.
Yeah.
How long of a break are we doing?
You know, it's as long as you need. I like us to aim around 10 minutes if it's possible. If you need more, if you need less, do what you need to do. I'm gonna put
I'm
that.
probably gonna need 15 because of tea. So
Cool. Let me turn on the overlay. I'll be hanging out here for a moment. Actually, oh, Allie's gone.
Oh, well,
oh, he's gone.
The one I was like, "Can you refresh my tea?" He's gone. Okay, this is fine.
just shout out the door.
You got it. You got it, man.
No. All right.
All I care about is not tossing my cookies. That's the goal.
Just don't throw the cookies.
So I rolled a 1 survival, so maybe I do.
You will see what.
At least,
I ruined Valis's book because I just
it just upchuck. Please no.
Bad. I feel terrible.
I don't know. I feel like Valis would be smart enough to make copies of what he currently has.
He's probably got a
I
lot
don't
in his
know.
head too.
Smart is not always wise.
But this
Yeah.
is very old notes. That is true. It's his
Yeah.
very old notes.
Yeah. Haven't gotten anything new yet.
Trying to decide.
I love this group already.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm glad
We
you
also
It-
absolutely need a soundbite of "It smells like ass."
It sounds like ass.
Smells like ass.
Said that, and I was like, yeah. Like we just need to have that on like a soundboard. So just push a button and it happens.
Yep.
I think I might just go with the simple sugar battle map and get it out.
We're about to be in a fight, boys.
Yeah.
Firebolt. Alright,
do
I
it.
shall be back.
Cool.
Yeah.
Come on, Roll20, upload my picture. This is one of the things I didn't remember to do. / had time to do.
Also sad because that Nat 1 is on a survival, which is what I'm good at. That's my thing.
It happens, and it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I know.
It's gonna be fun.
It's fun stuff, but still.
You're like, come one. You're like, come one. And then I'll stretch you sideways. Yeah, that looks. Doesn't need to be a perfect, beautiful battle map. It can just be a battle map.
I'm also glad that Helg understood I was entirely being just funny, or trying to be funny.
Yep. He did.
Would never be that much of an asshole about something that's inconsequential.
Okay, so we got that.
You know what? Maybe he would be. Maybe Sylvanas was serious about it.
I'm super serious. Okay.
Matters to him. Would never lose to a dwarf. Secretly hates dwarves.
Really? That would be fun.
Yeah.
I like it.
Would be, but nah.
You could totally have secret grudges if you want.
I am planning on making those grudges as the game progresses and situations come up that would warrant having them. Because one of these traits is that he, I think actually I originally put down that he did, like hold grudges, and then I was like, yeah, maybe that's not good for him. But it is something I've considered because it's like,
I find those to be more fun if they're naturally inspired by improv, like you were talking about. I don't like to come in with too much, like, you know, like, for example, on the Friday game, not last session, but the one before, I'm playing that rat folk, and a butler popped up. And I was like, Jen would hate a fucking butler, because butlers would hate rat pilks. They would try and keep him out in the past. So then immediately I gave him prejudice against this butler. It's like, yeah.
oh, like you.
I don't
Yeah,
like
and
him.
I feel like it wouldn't make sense for Z2 given his background because he probably has like traveled with all
Everybody.
kinds of people. Yeah,
Yeah.
so he's like,
Although,
relatively does not care.
Although you probably don't remember
Remember what?
most of those travels with all kinds of folk at this point.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
You have the 10 years of training. You have that.
yeah,
That's not
I'm
gone.
I'm gonna take that as that he's traveled with a goodly amount of people during that time.
Yep.
That is his basis for now because he doesn't remember. He knows he doesn't remember. Like, yep, I got my thing, and then nothing. And suddenly I was out of the Feywild.
Yep. Ungroup. Okay. This is one of the things I like to get done before the game, but, you know, we're all having fun. That's all that matters.
I already think this is off to a better start.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
It's like
And we all
had-
have roles.
It's like we had, you know, the people we planned the campaign around for the campaign.
Wow!
That's crazy.
We
It's
all
like it
have
worked.
roles, but it's not integral to the story.
Yep.
Is in a way, but not so much that it would cripple the game.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I opened up my door,
Oh no.
and immediately as I opened it up, our little black kitten was just sitting there, and I almost stepped on her because it was dark in the next room. All I could see was the yellow eyes looking up at me. I'm like, oh god, okay,
That's how
that's
cats,
Luna.
That's how cats get crooked tails.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. It's happened to my cat more than well, actually, I haven't stepped on my cat, but I've hit her in the head with toys.
Oh.
Totally on accident. Like she'll see me like winding it up to throw it, and so she'll start running, and then I throw it, and it just right in the
Bonk.
back of the head several times, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. Then she runs away because she thinks I'm like mad at her.
You
Oh.
insulted the kitty's pride. Kitties are so prideful. It's so funny. Like, it's always your fault. No matter what happened to them, it's your fault, and you should have known better. And
Yeah. Next cat that I want to get is gonna be a long hair, orange, dumb cat.
Buddy of mine has one of those. And he swears that all cats like that share one brain cell. And he
Yes, they
never-
do. Like, little orange cats are like so dumb, just collectively, and it's so weird.
Yep.
there, I cannot remember the actual numbers, I will say, but I won't even say whose cat it was, because it's, in my opinion, animal abuse. But their cat, their orange tabby, was so fat. I think he was 38 pounds.
Oh
Like he couldn't go up the stairs. He could
no!
barely
Oh
scrape on the ground, and they just kept feeding the damn cat. And
no!
he just kept eating.
Mm-mm.
It was bad.
Poor boy,
It was bad.
poor boy.
But yeah, it was like bigger than the Guinness Book cat or something ridiculous like that.
Oh,
Giant kitty cat.
maybe.
I mean, my cat Tally, sure, she's getting a little rotund, but that's because she's been eating the kitten food when she shouldn't be.
Stop it. Cat is surprising. She's not very like food motivated. She just kind of like I have an open bowl for her, and she just eats when she wants, and
Yeah.
it's fine. I'm like, thank you. And I don't have to get up at 6 a.m. and feed you.
Yep.
We also don't give her wet food. We just give her dry.
We very rarely give our cats wet food.
Been told it's not good for them. Like it's more likely to cause like teeth rotting. That hard food is better. And so they're like, okay, we'll do that. Fine.
Works for me.
If you brush their teeth, then you can. But
And I don't, because I'm like, she would hurt me probably.
yeah,
Shoot,
you gotta have
Luna.
a pretty tamed kitty to be able to brush their teethies. That is for sure.
Luna is not a tame kitty. We try to pick her up in like clip her nails, and she will fight you the entire time.
Did I tell you the story of that black cat that my roommate had that I trimmed the nails of ever?
Oh
No.
yeah,
Maybe?
I
did.
know I told Joe. I'm pretty sure. So I don't know if I told you, Charlotte. Do you remember a visual of me being literally dragged across the floor of my apartment? Oh.
Oh.
So roommate had so we first roommates after I moved out. So we're young, 18, 19. And it's a 2-bedroom apartment, and I have my kitty, who's this like small, not very smart, really sweet cat, sweetest cat I've ever had or ever met, honestly. They have one of those tanky bear asshole cats.
Oh
Who
no.
they did not raise to not bite, scratch, and attack you. They said it was animal abuse to dissuade a cat from biting and scratching. They're Portlanders. Don't worry about it. Portland people are
Well, yep.
not my favorite.
Sure.
So their cat was so mean, I decided I'm not letting my cat out of my room anymore. Like, this is not happening, because he would just attack her. But his claws were so sharp, and he was such a bear, and they wouldn't cut him. I was like, look, he's tearing our apartment apart. I can trim pretty much any animal's nails. I grew up on basically a farm. Let's do it. And they're like, well, we're not going to help. I'm like, okay. So I got
Animal abuse.
my kitty cat's nail clippers, and I went to deal with this cat's, I think his name was actually Tom. I went to deal with this cat's nails, and I got him on the ground in a way he couldn't scratch or bite me. And I'm totally prone, like wrapped around him so he can't get me. I'm not strangling him. I'm just trying to like soothe him, calm him down. He drug me 15 feet. Like, he's like the strongest house cat ever. He literally was, I mean, I weighed a little less. I was probably like 160 then. But he physically drug me across our apartment with his fucking front claws. I got those nails. I did get those.
You're
nails.
like, damn it, I'm getting rid.
I started like getting him while he was picking his paw. It was so ridiculous. It was a crazy time.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's the story. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, my cat doesn't do that to me, but she also doesn't like scratch too many things she's not supposed. That's actually not true. We have one chair, like right here, and it's a really old. Well, I shouldn't say really old, but it's an antique chair. It's a chair you'd find in a grandma house. That has kind of like the old couch upholstery kind of thing on like the cushions and stuff.
Yep.
And for some reason, she just like when I'm in here, like right here, she doesn't even do it when I'm not here. She just does it when I'm in here. She likes to try and scratch on it, and I'm like, "What are you have so many other things to go scratch on besides that?"
Amazing.
And when she only does it when I'm in here, and I'm like, you don't even do it when I'm not here. You just do it when I'm in here because I don't know why. That's actually why I kick her out when I play and stuff, because otherwise she'll be a little shithead.
Scratch.
Or she'll be eating paper, because apparently, so she likes to eat cardboard and paper for reasons I don't know. And I've called the vet about it, and I'm like, should I be concerned? And they're like, she's healthy. You bring her in every year. She's fine. Like, it may be a mild form of pica, but just like try to keep it out of her reach. And I'm like, well, that doesn't help me when she fishes around in our small garbage cans to find receipts so that she can drag out and try and eat. That is always fun. She's done that like in front of my face. Like the other day, she came into the bathroom while I was sitting there, and she looked straight at me. And she goes over to the garbage. She looks at me again, then like grabs a piece of toilet paper out of the garbage and proceeds to try and run, and then acts surprised when I catch her.
Good you.
Idiot! I watched you. I literally watched you do that.
One of my old friend's cats had this really obnoxious habit. It was really funny though. So if you got a glass of water, ever, they would wait for you to put the glass down. They would walk up to it. They do this kind of back and forth thing, and they'd stare at you like they like getting ready for it. Raise the paw real slow while they're watching you, and then just paw it and start stirring your fucking water around. And then as soon as you stand up, knocks it over. Every time. That cat was such... Oh, no, it was... Oh, yeah, it was my friend's aunt's cat. He's such a dickhead. It's like...
I know the cat you're talking
You know
about.
the cat I'm talking. You've seen it. That cat was such a shit. Oh my god.
Yeah.
You're like, don't you do it? It's like,
You do it.
totally gonna do
I'm
it.
Watch
gonna do
me.
it.
Watch me.
Yeah, exactly. Look
Whole
into my
time.
eyes.
Here's the thing: if you didn't care, probably
He
just
wouldn't do
leave
it.
passively.
Well, that cat loved the reactions for sure. Like,
No.
for sure.
Like a shithead.
Okay. Almost done here. And then I actually need about a minute. Sorry. I was going to ask you, Aloe, if you could do my tea, but you were so fast.
You're so fast.
So
Yeah.
quick.
So fast.
So
I was planning on
It's like
making
the
food,
road.
so I tried to be efficient.
Yep, you're good. Okay. Apologize. You guys were all perfectly on time on the 15 mark. And I'm gonna have to be right back.
We love you. It's okay.
Is it
I
okay
can
to be
forgive you
loved?
for anything.
Is being loved okay?
So,
All right, I'll be right
My mom is trying to find Luna to put her to bed.
Mhm.
She can't find her, so she has a flashlight and she's shining it around, trying to find her.
Okay, quick question. Human or animal?
My
Yes.
cat. Our little
Okay. Okay.
kid. Yeah.
Because I'm like, if Luna's her sister, that's kind of damn funny. If
No. I have a half brother, and he's like 15 years on me, so
oh, okay, well,
I have no younger siblings.
I have 7 half siblings. All younger.
Goodness. No.
fun.
Oh yeah, between the ages of 16 and 2, 3, maybe.
That's
I don't remember
That's a
how old
range.
Grace is. Well,
Um,
I know when her birthday is, which is in September, but I don't remember how old she is.
Yeah, I'm the youngest of 3, and yeah,
Nice.
middle
that's about
child
it.
of 5.
You seem like a middle child.
I am indeed.
Just didn't want to say it. I was like, that might sound kind of rude. Although I've been told I very much seem like an oldest sibling. I'm like, what does that
Yeah,
mean?
you got that vibe.
Kind of obscure, but
Older
feel it.
sibling energy.
Heh.
Apparently, you've got middle child energy. Adria.
I also have no idea what that means, but alright. Too obscure to be an insult, I think.
My husband is also he's the youngest of 7, actually. Also, now that I think about it.
God damn.
Yeah, we're Mormons. That, I think, speaks for everything.
Yeah,
His
Yeah.
sister, one of his sisters, she has 6 kids. And you can all tell that they belong to the same family because they're like carbon copies of each other. It's like if you copy paste the face on a different kid that's slightly younger with slightly different colored hair.
That's kind of scary sounding.
I
I'll send
mean,
you a picture later.
yeah, when you see like big enough families, you're like, wow, they're just all the same. How do you keep track? And they're like, we're not all the same. Ha 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 ha.
Oh no, they know. They're like, oh yeah, the parent, my sister-in-law, she's like, oh yeah, absolutely. Like everyone knows who the Lamson kids are because just look like each other and they look like us. And I'm like, I'm glad you know that.
I have one of those families near where I live. Like there's like 6 of them, 7 of them, and they all look relatively the same.
Mhm. And you're just like, how did your gene pool manage
Mm.
this? Because when I look at like me and my siblings, although granted we do technically have different parents, even though we share one, it's still just like
I'll do it.
they-
Believe me,
they-
I know.
And my siblings don't even like look like each other. Like I would not look at my sisters and say they look like my brothers. I'm like my youngest. Actually, well, that's a lie. So my youngest two siblings, yes, they are definitely related. You can see it. The other five, no. Like they don't look anything like each other. Like my oldest brother, he's a redhead with like semi-wavy hair, kind of like mine, and like freckles all over, white as white.
Huh.
My next brother has like almost black hair, brown eyes, like skinny, rail thin, athletic. And my oldest brother Andrew, he's nerdy, like he would play D&D. I've been trying to encourage him. I'm like, once you leave the house, let's play.
Let's play.
Although he wants to go into the army, and I'm kind of trying to talk him out of that a little bit. So
Ooh. All right.
Yeah.
he wants to go on a mission, and then he wants to serve in the army. And I'm like, that's maybe not the best idea.
That's not your choice, though.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes.
I think he's doing it for the wrong reasons, though. He's told me that he's like I'm just lazy. I don't like doing school, so I want to go into the army so it'll teach me something. And I'm like, Andrew, that's nobody likes doing school, me included. And like, I graduated college and things. Just because you don't like doing something doesn't mean you're lazy.
Yeah, you should also mention that, military is worse than school.
Yeah, lazy going into the army.
Yeah, right.
Mm.
Well, and I wonder if part of it has to do with my stepdad. He served in the army for like 4 or 5 years, I think. And I'm partially curious if that has something to do with it, but I'm like, I just really tried to talk him out of it because I do not think he would like, I don't think it'll do for him what he thinks it will do. I'm like, I'd also rather you kind of not maybe, possibly be in active combat and, but
It's not like World War III is around the corner. Ha ha ha.
No. It's fine. You'll be fine. Yeah. So, yeah, trying to talk him out of that, see if it works.
Everybody ready?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I don't want Tom to die.
Neither do I.
Shh, Tom, it'll be okay. All right, I'm gonna.
You will be okay.
I'm gonna unveil
Say
us now.
goodnight.
Icewind Dale.
So, you guys continue on as you were for a bit. Kind of bantering. Valis trying to show Zilphanas how to read the book, wafting, nasty. You don't
Valis is trying to
puke,
teach the
but
other-
you want to puke, but you don't want to puke. You know what I mean? Like it's just.
Oh yeah.
You feel like you're pale, you're clammy, you're like sweaty palms, like that. I'm quite familiar with what can happen with a bad vestibular system.
Would Valis notice that at all?
Valis, would you even try to notice? And if so, how would you pay attention to so you're trying to get Zilphanas to read this text. You're holding it for him. Are you like paying attention to them, or are you still kind of doing your stuff?
Probably paying attention to them, to like get their like reactions of it.
Okay.
Reactions to the thing they're
So
supposed to be reading.
this is insight. Please roll me one
Okay.
insight.
Okay.
They're horrified.
Where's my insight?
Cheryl
Yes.
makes me sick.
17.
17. So let's see what you get on that. At first, it seems like they're just kind of interested in trying to figure out what it is, right? And then they start seeming pale, and kind of less steady on their feet. Maybe it's just the fact that they're kind of tripping on the snow. It took you a little bit to figure out how to walk like this. And this might be Zilphanas' first time trying to do this. Who knows? But yeah, they look pale and like they might puke.
Sophanis, are you doing all right?
think I might need to take a break from your writings. I'm sure they're excellent, but maybe we revisit this when we're sitting down.
Yeah, yes. And then he'll close the journal and put it back. Put it back, like, probably somewhere in his robes.
Nice. There you go. I did
The
that.
voluminous robes, it disappears.
Okay. So I'm gonna do.
Should do with the initiative there, Gats.
Don't worry about it.
It's
All
fine.
is well.
Nervous wizard sounds.
Yeah.
That's just Valis' subtitles always. Just nervous wizard sound.
So that's
Insane.
okay. That actually makes perfect sense to me.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
Hope it makes perfect sense to us too.
Yeah.
Just to get it done, why don't you guys go ahead and roll me that initiative?
Boy.
Oh, that's
At least
not
we're all
bad.
right next to each other, right?
No.
Right?
No. Sane's back to daydreaming. He's miles away.
Oh no.
All of
You
us
know
are
what's-
apparently.
You know what's actually fun? This
Since,
narratively matches the fact that Tom notices.
Yeah.
True, hey.
So, as for audience and people who aren't looking at the screen, I got an 11.
Sophanus, you rolled a. I'll just say it. Sophanus, you rolled a 9. Valis an 8. Sane a 6. So, Tom's slightly ahead of the pack here. Everyone else is behind the pack. I like it. All right, so Tom, you are not caught off guard. You catch this out of the corner of your eye, as it kind of comes into view here. Bloop. There is a large white bear sprinting down the mountainside at an angle and approach that it's going to intercept your kind of wagon area. It looks like it might be aiming for this ox. You're up first. You've got a moment. This thing is running. What is your approach with this situation?
Well, first I'm trying to actually find it on the map because I'm like,
let me
where?
shift click here. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't scrolled down enough. The approach is Tom is watching. Tom's not paying attention to the book club behind him. Yeah, doing that cat thing where sees something, stares at it, tail goes still, and then once the wheels in his head go, he says, "Got a varmint," and takes out his shield and spear and will try to get between the ox and the bear.
For simplicity's sake, it's moving so slow, just move normally. This is all going to happen real quick. So move to where you'd like to be. There you go.
I'm figuring this ox.
Yep, that's where it was aiming.
Okay.
Let me zoom in here. There we go. Next up, the bear. Bear is going to move down this hill. You see what this is normally. It's going at a pretty reckless pace. And it comes down to here. And is going to let out a roar to try and freak you out. Okay.
Sounds like I need to roll something against it.
It's
it works.
7. You don't need to roll. The bear lets out a roar, but it's not a very impressive one for a big bear.
Tom will respond in a roar.
Sylphanus, you clearly see this white bear ran up, roared in the face of Tom, who got in its way. what you do.
Probably knock an arrow and game at it because this thing just appeared out of nowhere. And can I tell that it's on trajectory for Fox?
Yeah, roll me just. I'm imagining Zilphanus is like trying to really take in the situation. Roll me a perception real quick.
17.
Yeah, so yeah, it was in a line to get this ox. It's roaring. It's still kind of moving. It's slowed its descent a bit. It's basically in a trajectory to hit Tom and the ox. Something else you pick up with that 17. Actually, roll me a nature too. That's a good roll on that perception.
Fine.
Even with a 9, you can tell this bear is very thin.
Yeah.
It's not a super swole, doing well bear. Also, kind of weird for a bear to charge a caravan.
Yeah. Okay.
So you can put those two things together. Ask me questions if you have them, but anything else you do with your turn, Sylphanus?
Well, I'd actually probably, hold my action, like knock an arrow, and probably start trying to yell at it in accordance with Tom, try and just frighten it off. Like, clearly this bear is not here because it's being aggressive, but because it's desperate.
Okay. In tandem with your 9 nature, roll me an intimidation check, and then we'll see kind of how you describe what you do here.
18! Wow!
Nice.
Look at me!
So tree guide, how do you try and dissuade this bear?
They probably... Knowing what he probably knows about bears, probably try and make himself seem and sound bigger than that polar bear. Because that's usually how you frighten off bears, is to make yourself seem bigger and scarier.
Yep.
So that is what he would be doing.
So you're using basically your kind of brown black bear training that you learned about to spook this polar bear that's desperate. Got it. It does shift its attention over towards you for sure. Awesome. And then your held action, I'm guessing it's just like if it's attacking Tom or the ox kind of.
If it starts attacking something,
Okay.
fire. Yeah.
Valis.
All right.
Sylphanus has just gotten really big and scary next to you.
Seeing Zilphanus get really scary, turns to see what they're looking at, and instinctually casts thaumaturgy, having like this purplish energy in his throat, and shouts, "White bear!"
Nice.
And then the number of whatever wagon he's next to.
Yeah, anybody kind of in this little valley is probably going to catch most of that. Just echoes,
White
white
bear,
bear,
wild
white bear, white bear, through the valley to most of the wagons around. Anything else you want to do, Valis?
Seeing as its attention is drawn to Zilphanus,
Yep. it's
getting
like-
away from Zilphanus.
All right, move to where you want to do.
Thanks for the backup. Appreciate it.
What can I do?
I'm just a squishy wizard with 7 hit points.
I'll move over here in this little alcove.
Got it. Nice nook. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna move to Sane. You just heard white bear boomed next to the wagon, and
Something jolts up.
Zilphanus is making himself big. You can hear Tom starting to do his rawr sound. It's roaring up. His varmint roar.
Yeah. Varmint roar.
That's an extra ability that Tom has.
Tane's not going to bring attention to himself. Like, he's going to peek over the side of the wagon, bow drawn, holding an action to take a shot at this thing if it makes a move towards our specific wagon. If it starts going over here, he's going to hold the shot.
Wow, I see how it is.
Quietly in the back of his mind, he's like, go for those, they're smaller. It's easy. Get.
Okay. Yeah, this bear's about 45 feet away right now from you.
Yeah.
Where you're sitting.
So, kind of ducked behind, bow drawn.
Your bow's drawn. Okay. Tom.
Just gonna try to intimidate it away. If we don't have to fight this, like, if it feels like it's too much work to get at food, it will probably go away. So, Tom's probably gonna try to intimidate it.
Go for it.
And also put himself in a position where well, actually, he's in a good position where if the bear tries to pass, something will happen.
Okay.
So here's intimidation. It's a dirty 20.
Ooh, nice.
Can he
So-
bear the pressure?
Do you want to try and do the rower sounds, Paul, or you want me to do the rower sounds? I'm fine either way.
Yeah, I'll try it. Let's see if my allergy throat will let me. Just rawr. It's not really like it's not intimidating until you actually see who's doing it.
So you have this,
You know-
this tiny cat, Rar, but you're this 6'9", is that right?
Yep.
6'9"
6'9"
snow leopard man, who's holding a shield and a pointy thing. Just
Mm-hmm.
and you got that spooky cat eye. It's there.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. It like is stopping its paws into the ground. You can see with that reaction and you between you and Zilphanus, it's spooked of you guys. Anything else you do, Tom? Movement?
Just hold position and be as big and scary as as a almost 7 foot tall cat man can be, which is
It's pretty scary.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna roll for this bear to see if it's going to go for these goats instead, real quick. If it
Do it.
is a 13 or under, it's going for the goats. Yeah, 6. It's really hungry. Polar bear kind of tries to veer, like almost slams into the ground as it's trying to stop and not get into your guys' mess, and lunges over and is going to try and tear one of these goats off of this wagon. Let's see. Where's your bite? I rolled it to Jim. It was a 12 to bite the goat. Load, goat. That just hits the goat. Oh no.
Oh no.
Not the
Holy
goat.
shit. It
Yeah, that
hits
goat's
for nothing.
fucked.
Yeah, it's dead.
It's a polar bear, man.
It is a polar bear. The mountain goat is not dead. The mountain goat is screaming.
Oh, yeah. He's sturdy boy.
It is screaming in pain. This thing just came up and like bit it on kind of the rear haunch spine area. And is
Wow.
trying to pull the goat away. Roll quick athletics just to see, and it's gonna be a disadvantage.
Oh.
Dirty 20. Holy shit. Okay.
Ooh.
That bear wants that goat.
That bear wants that goat. Breaks the goat off of its bindings to the wagon and is just kind of like frantically trying to pull it aside. It's in this kind of like jittery, panicky state, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sylphanus.
I'd probably move to here. See what it's doing. Does it look like it's trying to run off with the goat, or does it look like it's trying to like kill and eat there?
It looks like it's trying to hide from you guys. Like it might try to go up the slope. You're not sure, but right now it's just like, like cowering with its little goat in this little tiny indentation. Basically doing what Valis was doing.
Do I have a clear line of sight to the goat?
Yes. It's one of those like elven moments where you can like see Tom and you can like see the edge of the bear, and then there's the goat like on the ground. Yep.
I am going to say a quick mental prayer to Eladestra, and I am going to aim for the goat to
And
stop it from screaming
Yep.
and put it out of its misery.
fire away with advantage. Actually, just fire away normal. It's a tricky shot.
I was gonna say 23.
Oh,
Not for
Not-
you.
Damn.
Not for me.
I think even your mod would kill it, but roll damage anyways.
It's it's those 30 forgotten years that are kicking in.
It's the muscle memory's largely there.
No,
that
that's my
was-
short sword. Sorry, wrong thing.
So in chat,
Well-
where it says longbow, click on the word longbow.
Right, yes, I'm clicking on the wrong thing. 7
There you
piercing.
Jesus.
Where did you aim for this goat? You hit it
Wait,
wherever
what
you
now?
aimed. Where did you hit it with your arrow?
In the head.
Just
Dome it.
temple. Okay.
Just quick,
You-
merciful, like, no fancy.
Oh, you shot it in the eye because you know goats' heads are hard. That's what happened. Just
Yes.
brained it. Goat, just little jolt, limp. Good job. You ended the goat suffering. Any movement you want to do?
No, but is it possible with my bonus action for me to kind of continue my frightening presence dealio and try and, like, get this bear to just leave?
I'm just assuming you and Tom are being spooky. That's happening. Being
Okay.
big old
That's-
spooks. Yep.
I'd
You probably
stay where I'm
scared the bear more just now too. Like you just domed the goat in front of it.
at. Yeah, so that's all I got.
Okay. So yeah, Valis, you just watched Zophanis just draw a bead, and you heard this crack, and the goat stopped screaming. You're still kind of behind this corner. What do you do?
Probably just audible enough to Zelphanus. That was a very impressive shot. Good job. And he's gonna look over his allies, and does it look like everybody is about to engage this bear, or does it look like they're just like stopped, like just
Roll me an insight. It's a really low DC.
I was gonna say I'd be pretty clear about intentions, especially because I just shot the goat and not the bear.
Yeah, it's a very, very low DC. Oh, yeah.
12.
It's clear that the goal of the party is to fend the bear off, not to slaughter the bear
okay.
at this point. That might change, but that's what we're at right now. One other quick thing.
Then he's just going to tighten this leather belt that's around his waist, and just gonna cast mage armor on myself.
Got it, just in case. Cool.
Yep.
Sane.
Oh no! It got one of your goats! Quick, pull off to the side! Save your other one! Get out of the way! Get away from it!
Roll a persuasion, Sane.
Alright, and persuasion.
Please.
That's a natural one!
Okay. So, you know that sarcastic tone you just had?
Yeah.
Okay, let me pull up. Hold on. Just 1 second here. Go to my
I just
NPC
imagine
list.
it really came out as, oh no, they got your goat.
Oh,
Oh.
they got no fucking
Well, you better pull over
shame!
then. They probably hate you. I think that's why they keep.
Yeah, I think they actually hate Sane. Yeah.
I mean... Oh, god damn it. That's pretty good.
So, Hurlo.
Ooh.
He's not the only one in the wagon. You know there's a bunch of people in that wagon. But this little gnome pops his head out of the side, just glaring daggers at your way. I don't know, like, you're probably kind of hiding while you're saying it.
Yeah,
But he's looking to where he knows you
he knows. He knows.
Yeah, this like copper, bright copper, glistening copper hair, and this really bright emerald eyes. He's popping out. You can see his little holy symbol dangling out of the cart, and he just shouts back, "Hurlo thinks you wanted that to happen."
helping! And we'll take a half-hearted shot at the rocks near the bear. So he's go. He's gonna duck behind cover like he's
Roll an attack.
can do. All right, with me longbow here or short bow, that's gonna be. Oh wait, well that's a 5. I didn't mean to have sharpshooter, but this is a good reminder for me. It's a 5.
That's 5. So yeah, you just kind of shoot a rock and
There's like
ruin an arrow. Good
it's
job.
like an arrow like here, like.
You know
What in tarnation are you doing?
could be maybe he's trying to spook the bear. Maybe he's trying to distract from himself. Who knows? Could be both.
To help.
But yeah.
Just trying to help.
And you start remembering Hurlo's that gnome that keeps referring to himself in the third person, and now you know that's the guy that's in that cart with that smell. That guy.
Now you have a target for your hate. Your ire.
Got it.
Herlo. I grumbles Herlo's name as I slink back.
I know the name of my enemy. Okay. Sorry. Tom.
Thomas just gonna be going up, shouting, "Get out! Get!
Whoa.
You got what you wanted." Just
Trying
being
to
all
get it going.
screamy.
Yeah.
Yeah, just it has food. Leave us alone. Go away.
So, yeah, the polar bear is doing that whole like thing, like trying to shuffle and pull its goat up. You can see like its shoulders and its arms trembling with weakness as it's trying to pull itself and this goat up this ledge.
Yeah, at this point,
And
Tom's just trying to get it off the trail, and
It
if
does.
it's like eating
it's
on the
right
side,
there.
that's fine.
it
Yeah,
climbs that. It's like an 8-foot ledge. It gets up here and it's just desperately trying to eat this goat now.
yep. Tom's just gonna be standing there, all predatory, like I'm gonna eat your food if you don't eat it fast enough. And he signals the rest of the caravan just to go.
See, your passive perception is not a 23, is it?
It's a 13, sir.
For Z. Zophanis, you're 22?
I'm 20.
Okay. You're 20. Okay, yep. So you don't notice this. Cool.
Elven eyes betray me.
What would this thing go for?
Hell, we're about to die.
Well, hell.
Well, hell.
Spooky. There's that guy. Okay, so one. I'm trying to look at most likely targets from this beast's perspective here. This is your natural 1 survival.
Oh no! Oh no!
12. This
Does
is
it bite me in the
really,
ass?
really cheeky, but it is what the thing just rolled. Here's my question for you, Sane. As a
Oh, no.
player, were you looking forward to the back and forth with Hurlo?
No,
Okay.
no. He's not incriminating himself, but he knows now.
Swooping down from the sun, a huge white bat thing.
Oh!
There's another one!
Oh, great.
Huge white bat thing swoops down and just tears Hurlo out of their cart with their rear feet.
Oh! Harlow!
Mortal enemy is gone.
Let me get this thing on the turn order for it's a surprise and I lost it on the turn order, but
Sane feels conflicted.
rolled a nice 23 stealth, which was
Oh
pretty
my God.
sweet.
Fuck.
So Harlow pops out of the window and is then just...
And 18
My
on
God, the
initiative.
bear was just a distraction.
Holy crap.
Polar bear was just a distraction.
Yeah. We'll just kind of say, if it's fine by you, Tom, you kind of do your thing. the bat does their thing, then we'll go to Zilphanus, if that's fine. Yep, okay. Oh yeah, it grabs this little halfling guy, and it flies up, back kind of into the sun, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
With
Nice.
halfling in tow.
He was a gnome.
Yeah, sorry.
He is a gnome.
You're right, he is a gnome. I keep saying halfling because I'm
He
tired.
doesn't get to be a halfling.
No. Load. Anyways, he flies up. Zilphanus. This gnome, you could hear shouting, and the shouting got quieter and higher up. And let me actually see how much this
I was
is
gonna say, I
gonna
don't
hurt.
see it then.
Let me. You saw it now. You didn't
yeah,
see the
okay.
swoop attack, if you know what I mean. Okay, yeah, that'll hit. Okay.
That person's supposed to be visible.
Yeah, it's just a placeholder for the gnome.
Oh,
Who's dead?
Herlo.
So you heard their voice go up higher, and this kind of crunch sound as the claws sank in a little deeper,
No.
and there's just a squeak, and the gnome is not moving anymore. This thing's probably 30 feet up. It did a nice dive bomb and swoop up on the wind in this valley.
I'm trying to think if Sophonis would think it worthy enough cause to get the body back for burial, or just to let the animal have its.
Roll like a religion check or something, if you want to.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Does Elanestra tell me to do? 10.
Right in the middle. Helenas was like, you decide.
Story of my life. Sophonis would leave it. He wouldn't. Seeing that the gnome is dead and that there is no purpose in retrieving them other than burial, which would likely be in the snow.
Yep.
Yeah. He's just gonna let it happen. Focus on the bear.
Focusing on just watching the bear, like that happen.
And moving the caravan forward, too.
Move.
Direction. Also, hearing what Valis said to me, just kind of like give a brief nod of acknowledgement.
He's just
Like,
smiling
thanks.
back at you and giving you a nod.
Like, thank you, but other things.
Oh God!
Is the least impressive thing I'll do all day.
Speaking Valis, anything you do?
Where is there? It is. Okay, I don't know why it's small. Okay, from there I can reach, and I can. Hey.
What do?
Valis is going to move around the little alcove that he's in and look to his three allies and raise his staff up, and I'm going to cast Bless on everybody.
Ooh.
Nice.
Nice.
Staff action.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So D4 to attacks and saving throws.
And
So,
concentration for a minute. Is that right?
Yes.
Cool. Alrighty. Anything else? I think that's all you can really do, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sane.
holy shit! Like ducks further into cover, is like trying to see where the bat went. Is it like,
Roll
is it
perception.
veering back around? All right, rolling a perception here.
So you're staring like at the sun at a white bat in the snow, but you can tell it's generally up above, like in this region.
All
It's
right,
flying up and away a bit, like up the slope, this
Okay.
direction.
in that case, Sane will quickly call over to Zilphanus Valstom, like, if you can, make sure you're in cover. The thing might come back.
Okay.
I think the only thing it might try to eat is you.
Say that! And is gonna just wedge himself closer into the car, trying to be inconspicuous, like, oh, like,
Sounds like you're prone in the cart, basically.
yeah.
Okay, got it.
No swoop.
No swoop for you.
Swoop.
Alrighty. Let's see. This will be normal. Yeah, close enough. So this bat thing tosses the gnome up here, and it kind of a little bit of a splat sound, but it wasn't like it hit perfect stone. It was a bit padded, and there was some weird crunchy sounds.
Good.
And let me roll again.
No. No.
No. Okay. Yeah, that would be the target. It is now swooping down towards the ox of Sane's wagon.
Oh no.
Holy shit, this thing's fast. Okay. So yeah, it's it's on top of said oxen.
Big is this bat? Question mark.
Bigger than the ox.
Huge. Look at this thing.
It is
I'm just
technically
making sure, because in my head I'm seeing
it
like,
is technically size huge.
Oh.
hey, that makes a big
It is
difference.
a giant bat. Giant bat. Like on the screen, that's about, yeah, it's that big.
Good.
Yeah, much bigger than the ox that it is now trying to clamp onto.
Yeah, as I scroll in, I see it now.
And it is going to try and claw into this thing. I keep rolling to myself. 16 to attack said ox. I believe that, yeah, that hits. Oh, I rolled really high damage. The ox gets grabbed on its spine and lets out a kind of, I wouldn't call it a shriek because oxes don't shriek, but pretty much a shriek. As this thing is trying to take off with the ox, it's trying really hard to flap and lift. Give me 1 sec here. Normal. And no, it's the ox is pretty well attached to the wagon. The wagon's like holding the ox to the ground. Sana, you feel like the little bit of tipping as the wagon's rocking back and forth.
Okay.
Tom.
Okay, ready for this, guys? Tom's gonna run up, jump onto the back of the bat, and stab it with its spear. Or
Woo!
stab, yeah.
Dad.
Tom, do you want to roll acrobatics for a sweet flurry trick, or you just want to do it? It's up to you.
Oh, this is more like you just killed someone, you're trying to kill our transportation. Fuck you, nothing special.
Just go for it. Got it.
Yep.
Yep.
So, spear one-handed. 10 probably does not hit.
For some reason, this token's AC is missing, so let me open a cheat. No, a 10 does not hit.
And can I use Polearm Master with
Correct. With
one-handed spear?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, let's do it.
That's the errata now.
That's
Also
another
10.
10. What?
So, let me just make sure I understood this right. You, like, turned, you did a crazy leap, like, run, just jumped literally on top of this thing, and you're,
Yep.
like, trying to stab it and bat it, and you go to stab it, and the thing just kind of rolls its shoulder. You kind of don't cut through its hide, and you go to bat it, and it's like this bat's like woolly. It's got really thick hide. It's weird. Anything else, Tom? I think that's it, right? Action, bonus action,
Yeah,
movement.
that was action, bonus action. I can't think of any free actions other than I don't know,
I'll give you something.
screaming at it.
You did notice that goat cart you were next to was struggling, but it was technically still moving with one goat.
Yeah.
The bear is frantically eating and is just gonna try and like get itself on the other side of this thing to watch what the hell's going on. Zophanis.
Seeing the bat return and start attacking this ox, I'd like to take aim at its wing with the intent to try and like shred it so it can't fly.
Okay. Roll me a shot.
Beautiful. 19.
Ooh.
Cool. That definitely hits. Roll Dangish.
11 piercing.
Whoa.
Ooh. So, yeah, you shoot it at this angle while Tom's flailing and beating the crap out of it on its back. And as it's kind of rearing back, you shoot a line and just cut through the wing in a gnarly spot. Very nice. Yeah, that's a good shot. The thing shrieks really loud. Anything else, Sylphanus?
No, I'm in a fairly advantageous position already, so I'll stick where I'm at. I keep an eye out.
And, taking a note from Zilphanis's book, seeing as they're trying to shoot the wings to ground this thing, is going to aim for the other wing with firebolt. See if it can like singe it.
Fire
There's a
away.
hole through it.
Yeah, 14.
That hits, and what ends up happening, it hits the wing, but it's like the fire doesn't really hurt it. It just kind of
Oh, well, wait.
So no damage. Gotcha.
yeah.
Oh no. Seeing that is going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Back to the duck. I like it.
Back to the duck.
To safety.
Sane, you're
There we
riding
go.
it's like going up and down and up. It's kind of paused for
Yeah.
a second.
And as it pauses for a second, I'm really gonna regret this. Just stands up and whips a dagger as hard as I can at one of its wings.
Yes.
Oh!
Nice.
17,
13.
13?
13 does not hit.
No!
Oh!
As I'm like, whoop, and it like, put it down to the snow, I'm like, tick, and it's a,
So roll me a d10.
oh, okay. 8.
That's how many hexes away your dagger landed.
Alright.
Now, are you trying to see where that thing went?
The dagger?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
There's more about the dagger than the bat.
Yeah. Roll me real quick perception and investigation, because I'm assuming
Alright.
that's what you would focus on. Just
Perception
16.
and investigation.
Okay.
Ooh, nice.
You were able to follow the glint, and you're pretty damn sure you know where that landed.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
And then I'm gonna hop out of the cart, draw my bow, and probably crawl under the back of the cart a little bit.
Okay.
Well, I thought you were gonna say on me, and I was like, "What are you doing?"
Wait, the cart's being jostled around.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the
Get
bushes.
crushed under the wheel.
You go join
We're
Valis.
all in this alcove. In this
Bushes.
alcove. I love
I
Sorry.
it.
mean, I'm
dashes.
not. I just happen to be by it.
I like it. Yeah, so this thing has a cat on it now. And is going to try and jostle you off and try and bite you. At the
Okay.
same time. So roll me, depending on, are you going to try and hold firm or use your cat balance to stay on this thing?
It's probably more cat balance because, tails
Acrobatics.
help.
Yep, acrobatics for being on this thing.
Okay. That's
Whoa!
a 30-20.
Nice.
Oh, that is so close. You barely keep your cat paws on top of this thing by one. And it is going to try and like you're not getting off. It's gonna try and rear its neck back and bite you.
That sounds hard.
Yeah.
If this was an owl, I'd be worried.
Ugh.
Shh.
It rolled high twice, so it's going to hit. I'm assuming a 24 hits.
Oh
Yes.
my goodness.
Oh no.
Nervous
Holy
laughter.
shit, it hit you super hard too.
I don't know.
Oh no.
Yeah. So you take
Oh, no.
12
Yes.
piercing damage.
Oh.
Well, that's one over.
Yeah.
So
Oh
I think Tom falls off.
Tom
Okay.
falls off of this thing and lands in the snowbank. Okay.
I'm at
It's not.
0.
Yeah.
Is there?
What's up? Ask.
I'm debating whether to use my reaction or not.
It's all totally up to you. You can.
You know what? I will.
Okay. So
That
let's-
I'm just gonna.
let's rewind. Tom, you're balancing on
no.
top of this cat. We're retconning.
Mhm.
Oh no.
This thing goes out. It is totally gonna bite you, and you're like, "Oh fuck!" You see it coming, and Zulfanis is now in front of you, and
Weird.
takes the hit.
Mr. Preston.
And that's it for me.
And Zulfanis falls down into the snowbank.
Good run.
Tom, it was like magic. You didn't take the hit.
Hmm.
It was weird. Either that or Zulfanis is really that quick and has been letting Helg win. One of the two.
Let me post the thing in chat.
Up to you. You could save it for later if you want, but that happens.
Yeah, I'll save it. Y'all can ask me about it.
Tom,
Well,
Holy shit.
Tom's
you saw
Got it.
what was going to happen to you, and it happened to
Mhm.
Zulfanis.
well. Is the bat like still concentrating on the cow?
No, it's still trying to get you.
All right. Yeah, Tom is gonna actually go to Zelphanus with a nice little leap, and will do lay on hands with. I'm gonna give him 2 points.
So,
Now let's give him more.
question real
Hmm?
quick. With you leaving
Uh-huh.
the kitty, is lay on hands a bonus action or an action?
Ooh, that's a good question. Do. I think it's a full action.
I think it is too, if I recall.
I think it's an action. I just want to make sure.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I can't.
Can't disengage.
I totally forgot disengage. So
Yep.
never mind.
What's
you're
it's a
you're-
touch spell, right?
Yeah, it's a touch.
Sorry.
Hopes and prayers, Zelphanus, right now. Got a giant bat to kill.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna try to hit it with the spear twice.
Okay.
So here's the business end. 14.
That does not pierce this bat's hide.
And pull arm 10 again.
That doesn't either.
Are we? Is it doing it right? Okay, it's doing it right.
It's rolling it right. I see the plus 4 on there.
Yeah,
It's-
I was just like, wow, that's a 10 again for the pull arm. That's kind of weird, but whatever.
It happens.
Uh,
So yeah, this thing's very focused on you. It's focusing on not getting stabbed by you, and trying to knock you off, but it just can't.
Yeah, and Tom's just gonna shout, Zelphanus is down. Help him.
I love it.
Yeah,
Valis.
just shout to whoever is available.
Love seeing all of the arrows.
Yeah.
You got it or do I got it?
Get Zophanus. I'm gonna draw it away.
I'll get Sylvanas.
And Valis. Oh, wait, I need to. It's going to move here. Am I able to see Sane's dagger over here?
Real quick, would you even care to look? That's my thing. Would you
Good question.
just think about it for a second in Valis'
Prob-
head? Would he
Probably not.
care? Okay.
I'm more of looking for something to catapult.
You could ask before you leave.
There's
You've seen
rocks.
how quick Sane is.
There's rocks
I
everywhere.
have rocks too.
There's rocks everywhere,
Yeah.
man.
Are you,
I will look for a rock that is like in this direction
Mhm.
and have it catapult at the creature.
Cast away.
Yeah, so it needs to make a dexterity
Dex
saving
save,
throw.
right?
Very good show
Yep.
with its dinner.
I'll catapult my dagger off the fucking cliff face.
Jeez.
Gone. Sails over the peaks.
So DC 15, I shall put catapult into.
We ain't never seen that dagger again.
You do right.
oh
There it
no,
is.
I forgot something. But anyways,
You said it. DC 13, Dex save,
Yep.
failed save. If they.
Oh. We've all been forgetting blasts.
Oh, yes, we have.
Yes, you have.
Yeah,
Hold
Yeah.
on.
Real quick.
That dagger before.
Real quick.
you didn't have it
This
at the
is-
time, I don't think.
He did. You cast Bless
What are you
before
talking
this
about?
combat really
Yeah.
took off. Real quick. 1d4 from Simon. Being nice. Zero session. 1d4 from
You're so
Simon.
sweet!
1d4
Yeah,
twice. 2d4 from Tom. Yeah.
Alright.
Just do it. I feel like being nice.
Thank
right
you.
now.
That's
Thank you
really
for your
kind.
magnanimity.
Does it 15 hit it?
Yes.
Okay.
Roll damage.
Alright then.
Will do. The damage from that would have been 16.
Ow!
Okay.
damn.
Tom.
that would have been the
16.
polearm would have been 16.
So, roll damage with that 16. 5. Okay.
5. Yeah.
And let me do some maths.
Let me input
Oh,
blast.
Yeah, the true thing I forgot about was there was an ally within 5 feet of me without Sentinel.
Mhm.
Yeah, but we don't have to do that. That was my bad.
It's
This is a nice zero session for
We're-
learning.
We're learning your characters. We'll get there. We all have special feats. It's okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, lots of retconning. Yeah, your dagger still went flying, but it
Yeah,
went,
no, I'm leaving it there.
it went through the wing, just like whoop, and it just went flying into the snow.
Like, peek through the hole. I'm like, gotcha.
Tom, you
Gotcha,
thought
bitch.
you missed,
Exactly.
but as you're going around, you see one of those hits actually did stab it in one of the shoulders, where the joint of the wing is, and it's bleeding pretty bad.
Good.
It's slowing down a lot. And let me do one more roll here. Somehow it dodges this rock. Does it do any damage on a successful save?
No damage on a
I don't think it does.
success.
Maybe your rock like went through its wing holes or something, but it did not hit this bat.
Ow.
It's a really cool
No.
spell though. I love Catapult. It's a goodie.
Mm-hmm.
With it even with disadvantage it succeeds. So anything else, Valis?
No, that'd be it.
All right, your rock cracks into the other mountainside. Sane.
I'm gonna skitter across in the most direct route, which is under the cart.
Okay. Roll me acrobatics real quick.
Absolutely. 11.
Okay. You don't clothesline yourself and you don't get stuck.
You know, that's all I'm asking.
You can crouch under this wagon, but you like you didn't really stretch. You've been sitting. You can feel like your thighs burning, and it. Okay, so what do you do now, Sane?
Trying to shrug it off, I get to Z and I'd like to try and stabilize him. Like, get some cloths, like, let's stop that bleeding, oh god.
Yeah,
Use his face.
going for the stable.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a medicine.
Mm-hmm. Very neutral. Less blood.
Didn't kill me at least.
Where did the roll go?
That's for some.
Oh, that was a 10.
Okay.
Very neutral. Very neutral 10.
Okay. Cool. So you do that. 1 second here.
Come on, Sylphie. Come on, Sylphie.
Just whack.
No,
Whack.
no. Little halfling hands, just little paps on the side, like trying to hold the blood in.
Yep.
These slaps.
So yep, you're basically grabbing some cloth and you're just put pressure like, ah, jeez.
Yeah.
Okay.
I bleed.
Cool. The sluggish bat is woozy. Let's go finally of this thing, and you and the bat and Tom kind of come down to the ground, and this thing is going to try to leave because at this point it would.
Got holes in its wings.
Yeah, it's climbing.
I like to see it try.
It's- Tom, effectively, it's leaving your reach if you'd like to use your sentinel
With
reaction.
pleasure. Yeah. So here goes the business end of the spear again. That's a 19 this time.
Yeah!
Very nice.
And
Where do you stab it? It's got 1
well,
HP.
it's probably Tom uses the cliff face, jumps
Oh.
off, kicks himself off, and goes like straight for the between the skull and the spine just to give it a swift death.
Okay, so you're doing the whole like sweet Troy jump, but instead of the shoulder heart, you're going for the back of the neck.
Mm-hmm.
Got
Yep.
it. Roll me in athletics real quick.
Okie dokie, artichoke. Athletics. That's a nat 1.
Oh, no.
Slips, hits the head on the side of the cliff.
Ow.
You still kill it.
Yeah.
It just isn't as awesome and badass as you would hope. It's actually like you went to jump and you jumped so hard. I don't know, this is what you went to do the cool jump. You didn't quite get the air that you wanted. Your feet kind of slipped a bit off the rocks, but you still got the shot in and killed it. It just does. It would have been super cool.
Yeah, he just doesn't land as gracefully or anything, but you know, it's with Tom, it's very just gotta kill this. I don't care how it looks type thing.
It's
Nice.
like you know when someone goes to do like the wall run flip, but they just kind of slip their shoes and like come back down. That's what you did.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the thing's dead. Bloop.
Nice.
And the bear's crunching and munching. This ox, is moaning in pain right here. I'm going to end initiative. So, good job, everybody.
Yay, we survived.
I have no idea what I'm
Sorta.
doing. Come help me.
Yeah, Tom does lay on hands to both Zelphanus and the ox.
Nice.
You know, taking them from brinks of like horribleness. And yeah, Zelphanus will get the. I don't know. I only have 5 point, or how much do I have in my pool?
I think it's
Yeah,
5
5.
times your level.
Yeah, so it's 5 right now. So yeah, gonna give Zelphanus a good. I guess he's at 0 right now, right? Technically.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, gonna give him that sweet, sweet 1,
Okay.
Full.
and give the cow like 3.
Okay.
Nice.
I see how you value
I mean the
money.
ox. Well, stabilize you. You could you could long rest. Come on now.
Sane's gonna play it off like he totally brought you back.
You did
Of course.
stabilize them.
You did.
You technically stabilized them.
Yeah.
Not wrong.
So yeah, the hemorrhaging stops. There's definitely a pool of blood where Zilphanis was laying, but Zilphanis, you have this magical, divine kind of breath put back into you. Yeah, and you are awake.
Is
And
it dead?
in pain.
Points to the corpse that's just kind of like on the wall.
Good. Going.
I'll tell you what, that was unexpected. Though I'm fixing to get out of this valley. Someone
Great.
someone report this to Salis now.
Can you help Zilphi into the cart? They can take my
Yeah.
spot.
I can do
Alice,
this.
come on. Let's go. Let's go report.
Oh,
Okay.
What's that, Charlotte?
I'll take Tom's help and situate myself very painfully in the
Oh
cart.
wait, I remember they're in the back.
You
I
get
can see
Yeah.
else.
as you get set in the cart by Tom, the little couple family members in there were like, just seeing the blood all over your torso. Just, oh.
Deepest apologies.
It's all right. Just rest here. And the the man in the cart, you hadn't really talked to him yet. He kind of jostles around in a satchel next to him and pulls out a flask and hands it to you, or reaches out for you to take it.
I'd tell or reasonably assume what is in it.
You're looking at, uncorks it. It smells like liquor. Like strong liquor.
Hesitating, take it and take a small.
Okay. Roll me a con save real quick.
Hail and hooch.
This is how I die.
Hope not.
Say a con save.
Just a con save. Low pressure.
3.
So essentially what happens after you take that swig and this burn goes down your throat into your belly, and pretty quickly, with how tired you are, you can feel this kind of irradiating bit of numbness, and your breathing slows, and you kind of find that you could fall asleep if you wanted to. Not, you could go into a trance. You can rest if you'd like to, pretty easily. So the drink would help ease you into this state if you would like.
Probably. I would probably try and do some kind of it, yeah.
Okay. So you find the drink helps you get past that pain just enough to slip into a more restorative trance. And,
Probably would also pull down face covering a little bit to breathe
yeah,
better.
just lips out on chin kind of thing. Okay. That makes sense. Yep, you'd pull it down, drink, and just kind of
Yeah.
go easy for a moment. Sane, Valis, were you both running to the rear? I missed if you were both going or if it was just Sane.
I mean, it could be just Sane. He beckoned for Valis, like, come on, bud.
Sane had walked over and picked up his dagger while Valis was like doing a sketch of the large bat monster in another journal separate from the one that he was reading.
Okay. So Sane beckoned you,
Nice.
grabbed his dagger, started jotting down the caravan. It sounds like Valis, you're like kind of into your work right now. you might
Yeah,
decide to
he
try
was
and
gonna
catch
do
up
Ah,
it.
no worries. Yeah, no worries there.
Tom, what do? You kind of tended to this poor ox. Are you trying to like comfort it too? Are you? What's your plan here? You just kind of on alert.
Well, the words of Valis, if that there bear moves, use your voice. I'm gonna go see if I can't find, well, the body.
Right, let me know if you need help up there. I'll be down here.
I'll
Okay.
give a holler. Yeah, and Tom's just gonna start like how tall are these like cliffs? Like
They're between 10 and 15 per ledge. It kind
oh
of
yeah,
keeps
he can
going up. Yeah.
jump up those easily. Yeah,
It's hop, hop,
does a
hop.
little running start, goes hop hop hop. Um, is it obvious where our gnome friend or past gnome friend was?
Yep. So, as you come up
Fine.
closer, um, you see there's one more ledge to kind of get over, right?
Hmm.
And you're looking for roll me perception real quick.
Okie dokie artichoke. I will get to that. Perception. Oh, not
There we go.
one.
Very
Okay,
nice.
so here's what happens. You hop up this last bit here, and you just kind of see a ton of corpses and bones. Some of them fresher than others, all pretty well frosty. Basically, it looks like that little gnome might have splat a little too much. It's also a pretty overwhelming stench once you get up to this bowl that this albino bat was using. It's a lot to take in. It's pretty gnarly, just like an unmarked mass grave.
Well, tarnation. That's a lot of bodies. Yeah. Could Tom guess that this might be like, I don't know, a nest of a giant bat thing?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
You take you put two and two together that way. The only thing is you don't find that one gnome. He's gone.
Yeah. Yeah, Tom's gonna go down after that brief observation.
Mm-hmm.
And well, we'll leave it at that so you can pan to other people. We'll have a quick conversation here, unless like Silas comes and is like, "What's going on?"
We're gonna take a break soon, just so you know. And yeah, Sonny, it's pretty straightforward. You run back, and
Yeah.
you tell them, and they're not
I
happy.
do my due diligence. Main details, and then
It's normal
John
business
off.
for you. You every once in a while do run back and just talk to her. So
Cool. Yeah, Sane would be working his way back then.
Valis, roll me a intelligence and a sleight of hand for your sketch.
Oh, that's so exciting.
I know.
Intelligence for 12, and then sleight of hand is a
Ooh.
15.
Not bad for your frigid hands. And yeah, so charcoal pencil, or do you like, what do you draw with on your note pick? Is it pieces of charcoal? Is it charcoal pencil, ink? What do you try to do?
It's probably a charcoal pencil.
Okay. So yeah, you get a pretty good likeness of this thing hunched over, wings torn. It's not hyper detailed or anything, but you get the shapes, the major parts of kind of the anatomy of it in your notebook. And it doesn't take you
Right.
terribly long to get that. You just But by the time you're done, Sane's gone, and Tom is back, basically.
Yeah, Tom's just gonna remark. Well, I'll tell you what. Probably butcher this here bat. You'll get some anatomy lessons on it. Meat is meat up here.
Do we want to skin this thing and take its meat for ourselves?
Well, we're gonna share it.
Well, I mean, yes, but I didn't know if we wanted to keep moving or just leave it here.
It depends what Scylla says. If let's leave it here, then I guess that's more food for the bear over there.
True. Faust looks back, like, kind of over his shoulder, like, where did that bear go?
Bear is climbing up the cliff face slowly and shakily, trying to bring what's the half of the goat that's left with it.
Yeah.
My mic isn't picking it up, but he's stuttering on P. Poor thing.
I'm guessing referring to the goat or the polar bear or what?
The
Yes.
bear.
Oh,
The bear.
Poor thing. Poor little teddy bear.
No.
Was there anything interesting in the thing's nest?
Well, bad news. Couldn't find the body. Worse news. There's a heck of a lot of bodies up there.
Oh, okay. I mean, we could, while somebody is skinning this, maybe a couple of us could go up there and see what's there.
I'm gonna pan to Sane real quick. Sane, what do you tell Scylla? Just a basic rundown. What are the
Basic rundown. Bear swooped one of the goats ahead of us. Cart's gonna be slowed, but it's still moving. We're getting it on the road. We scared that off. Albino bat wounded one of our oxen, but we stabilized it. Killed the bat. Won't be a threat. It also swooped Hurlo. Gotta try and find the body.
She gave
Or-
you a very
yeah.
very grim, frustrated. It's a face you've seen before during some of the
Yeah.
trials of this caravan. Not the first person
Oh,
to fall off.
I'll try and lighten it. Like, we don't know if he's dead. We're gonna see if we can find him, body or otherwise. But literally, no, he's fucking dead.
He died before he hit he died in the air. But yeah,
Sonny knows that.
I want you to roll me two things. One, deception. Two,
course.
general charisma, if you're fine.
Deception's 15, and a general charisma. General charisma is gonna be 7.
Okay. So you're
I don't
being
have
pretty
very much.
You're being pretty blunt with the news.
Yeah.
You were sneaky about that part. You were definitely like very like comfort checking about the poor gnome.
I'll look into it. It's
But Scylla's used to it and isn't like freaking out.
yeah.
Okay. You know, they take it, give the nod. See if you can find him, and let's make sure the wagons can move. See the animals are tended to. We need to keep moving. This alt path isn't as safe as the other one, but
We'll get it going.
safer than an
You
avalanche.
can count on us.
So she shrugs, and you can jot back.
Yeah, Sonny doesn't want to miss out. He's
Tell her about me.
about you getting fucked up.
He forgot
Yeah.
to mention Z.
Oh,
Yeah.
He's alive though. Yeah.
I was kind of running back, like, oh yeah.
Oh shit.
Forgot.
Yeah, I forgot about him.
Really hope he's
Could be
okay.
dying in the back of a wagon. Who knows?
So Sane, you come running back, thinking about Z.
Yeah, I like pop my head in first thing I do. Like anything else, I'm like, still breathing?
Z might be still breathing. Roll me a medicine check.
For sure.
I hope it's a nat one.
15.
Yeah,
Oh.
Z's breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can kind of see a bit of like scarring on this lower part of their face here, where their kind of face covering is down.
Yeah, you can see it across like the bridge of their nose, and also the tip, like the cartilage that would normally be at the end of your nose is gone.
Okay.
And you can see it goes down the sides of his face.
So with that, I guess would make sense. This one would have scars. Note to self, and mumbles to myself as I, Valis, Tom, what have I missed? I reported the news to Scylla, said we'd try and find the gnome if we can. And this.
I'll tell you what. There is a lot of bodies up yonder.
Did you check it out?
Fresh pair of eyes would do good. Gnome body was little hard to find amongst the dozens of
Dozens?
dozens. Quite rightly, I can't really count all of them. I know how to count. No jokes about that, but there were a lot.
You're right, I could use another pair of eyes. Valis, can you help me with that? No word about what we need to do for the bat. Looks furry. Maybe we could take some of its, make a pelt, like a cloak. Could be nice. Warm.
I guess I'll go ask Silas what she wants.
Well. Said we should be getting moving here soon. You shouldn't waste the extra time. Salvage what you can from it.
Yeah, meat's meat, and I only severed its spine, and the rest of the meat should be good.
There you go. Get some meat, maybe get some of those nice furs. Me and Valis will check out the bodies. Right, Valis?
Yes.
So while you guys are talking about that, you hear this coming from the rear of the caravan, and there's just this like wafting snow coming off of the right side of the path. As this approaches closer, it's none other than Helg running to see what the fuck has happened. And Helg pops up. Where's Sylvanas? Where's Sylvanas?
Back of the car.
Caravan, trying to rest. They got pretty banged up. They could use some comfort right now.
He like
As
does
all
this
of you
thing.
abandoned me.
He hops
Hey,
up and
you are
grabs-
wearing my shirt around your chest. It was one of my nicer shirts. It is
Where-
pulling your lifeblood in.
Helg
I
hops
did
up
not abandon you.
and kind of like hangs on the edge of the wagon. You can hear the whole wagon as he hangs on there. And he's giving you a good look. Like the family inside the cart are like, what the fuck? And
Hello.
trying to beat me in the ultimate race, I see.
Always. I would nondescript like pull it back up too while I'm talking.
And he takes a moment. You can see his eyes kind of dash around, putting two and two together while they're heading up the hill. We'll get to them in a moment. And his eyes like a little shiny, but he doesn't cry. And
I'm tired for him.
glad you're okay. I can't do the dwarven accent today because I did Jen's voice
true.
yesterday. I need to change
Yes,
Jen's
you
voice.
did.
I can't do a proper dwarven today, but glad you're all right. Look, you rest up. We got extra scouts for a reason, Sylvanas.
Oh,
Do you need anything to ease the pain?
I don't know. No? I'm alright. This isn't the worst I've ever felt in my life.
gives you that kind of cheeky, like he knows you're fronting pretty hard right now, but he gives you that smile like, I got you. I got it. And he goes, like he's gonna give you a really hard pat. Like he reaches through like a really hard pat, but he doesn't actually pat hard. He like gently pats you. Just tries to freak you out.
That would a little, yeah. Oh god.
He goes just like
Hurt me.
and does a couple gentle pats
What a punk.
on your shoulder. Rest up. We. I mean, I can't proper win on these circumstances. You can't actually let me win.
I would never let you win. Ever. You know me better than that.
With that, he slips out of the cart, and he's just standing there, like arms crossed, looking at this big bat thing. Tom, you were heading back to ask Scylla, or were you just gonna start cutting this thing up?
Donnie tried to persuade you, like, you should totally just start cutting it up.
Gonna ask, because if it's a waste of time, it's a waste of time. Tom's just
went and
kind of
talked
like,
to Scylla.
you know, it's not Tom. Like Tom doesn't feel like it's his decision.
So Tom, so you were kind of walking back when he ran up and did the whole thing with C. Would you have paused to listen to this little back and forth?
I mean, eavesdropping is so rude, but
Tom would totally eavesdrop.
Tom would totally eavesdrop.
Ear flicks, like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but Tom is actually really waiting for Hurlig.
So he looks over at you. Totally noticed you were eavesdropping. So, Kitty, how are we gonna carve this up?
Well, first I'm gonna ask Silas because it's meat.
He just waved his hand. We find stuff, we find game, we cut it up. We can't let it go to waste.
Exactly.
All the rangers take back what we kill. And
but
over the trip, there's been, a few caribou and varmint, things,
Yeah.
like weasels caught. They're like, yeah, food's
Yep.
food.
But my biggest concern is the rotten fish cart, and they're missing goat. Looks like one goat kind of move, but it's moving slowly. I was wondering if you spotted if anyone else had a extra goat.
I'm not super familiar with who has what, but I'm pretty sure Sane is.
Yeah, Sane's going to look at all the corpses up yonder.
He just kind of waves. Let's get to this thing. They'll be back, Sane can answer the question.
Okay. Pulls out like just it's like an everyday knife. It's not a fighting knife. It's definitely your like survival /
Cut ropes, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. He pulls out a skinning knife because he's a ranger, and he looks at this thing. This knife's like, it's pretty, it's dwarven. It's pretty big, but this thing's huge.
There's a good cut in the back of the neck.
Looks like the torso's all intact for the most part.
Mm.
You guys,
Well, I made sure to kill it as quickly and painlessly as possible, and to
he's got his fingers pointed at the
preserve me.
wings, like really.
Oh, that was Zilphanas and
That was the
Sane.
screeching. We could hear it. Yep. Okay.
yeah.
Well, give me a second. And he pulls out a corn pipe and starts loading up with some kind of dried herbs and gets that going before he joins you in on the carving as you're kind of sizing it up too. He's pretty quick to get it going.
Yeah, Tom's just gonna follow his lead because Tom's not a butcher. Well, he's not a butcher of animals to,
You don't
take
make
out
pelts.
primates. Yeah, he's a butcher of people, but,
I wear the pelts. I don't make the pelts. I have the pelts.
Yep.
I don't. Yeah. Okay.
He knows. He only knows pelts on a personal level.
Oops, I just realized I should have been scrolled down. Oops. Camera angles. Whatever. Okay. So, panning up. Phallus, Sane, you guys make your way up here. This is not the typical thing that you guys have been doing this whole journey. It takes you a hot minute to come up here. And I do want you to both roll me acrobatics checks.
Sure.
Oh, good.
22.
Acrobatics. That's significantly better than athletics.
I'd be helping you out.
Tell me if I'm off base here. I imagine Valis is going to take the long route all the way up and around this path to get up here. And Sane is going to take the direct, kind of like climby, jumpy, rock climby, quick route to make all the way up there. Sound about right?
Yeah.
Sane, you make it up
Looking
there
back every now.
faster. And yeah, you come up to this basically stone and rock bowl over this frozen sheet of ice. Some bodies frozen into it, most of them kind of on top of it. You can see the frost has come and gone.
No, freezer bird.
What
no.
What are you trying to assess? What's your approach with this scene here?
Valuables.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Valis is gonna look around for anything else that hasn't decomposed yet.
I've been looking for them now.
So, Valis and okay, Sane roll me investigation.
Absolutely.
And Valis also roll me investigation. You're looking for very different things.
20.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh, 7.
Oof.
27.
Damn.
No.
Yeah,
You're-
27.
You're looking for, quote, fresher meat. The problem is when the gnome hit, they hit the rock next to this and kind of exploded outward. And you could try to puzzle, the Humpty Dumpty story, you could try to put him back together. It's not advised. Though, and this picture isn't quite accurate, there are, half-eaten bodies that have been frozen and kind of preserved in these piles. Is there something else beyond that you're trying to discern?
No. It was just like, can I find the gnome? Was more or less.
Yeah, you found the gnome.
Which piece of him?
That's what I'm saying. Also, they were already almost in half before they were dropped. So, yep.
I
It'd be
think
best
this is
if
his
we did.
spleen.
We shouldn't bring him back. It would bring down morale. However, and like, doop, 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 like,
Sane's hopping around, skating around on the ice. You know that if you're up here, it's going to be too long. It's going to be sus. But
yeah, I'm
you-
just like, quick pickings.
Yep. You grab a couple things. I gotta ask you something. So you can see kind of a hand reaching up in a half grasped thing, and one of the fingers has a shiny ring on it. The hand is frozen, and it has a layer of permafrost over it. What's your approach for this ring, Sane?
Let's
You
see
got
here.
little time.
All right, looking through my items, I'm gonna hammer and pitten real quick. Just pop it off. Like,
So you just grab basically, you would know this, a dagger, if it's a full tang, if you tap it once with the back, you could just pop the finger off.
there we go. That.
I'm just going to have you roll with thieves' tools for that.
Sure.
Dexterity.
Yeah. 12. All right.
Yeah, you get it off. The other thing you notice, there is a kind of deerskin bag that looks like it has goodies in it that's near the top and pretty accessible. You could maybe, with a bit of prying and stuff, you could get that out. It's frozen, but you could, again, Do you want to try and roll with your thieves' tools to get that as well?
I do.
Please do then.
Oh, goodness. 24. You
Whew.
don't need it. Give it up.
Wow, that's funny. The rolls haven't been loading. Cool. So yeah, you get the bag. The bag is yours. It's still like kind of frozen. You know what I mean? Like it's got like ice and snow. It's frozen, like it's solid.
Yeah, part of me is like, just getting
Yep.
some of the big stuff off.
Cool. But yeah, you got those. Congrats.
Maybe, lift my furs a little bit, wrap it around the side, like slightly conspicuous. All right.
Alice just
And Sade's gonna look for a discernible piece of gnomish cloth that we can take back. That'll be his last thing. Like, even like a bloody piece of cloth, like something that's like, nah, it's fucked. Don't go
I mean,
up there.
the hat's probably intact.
Roll me one more investigation. This is a different search here.
That's
Sane.
fair. That's fair. That's fair. 10. He really doesn't care that much. It doesn't even have to be part of his cloth.
Roll me a morality die.
What
Whatever
does
you
that
want that
mean?
to be. Whatever you want that to be, sir.
Okay.
This is to see if you're going to just grab a random piece of something and just bring it down, or if you're actually going to try and find a piece of...
Very, very neutral. I will first consult Dallas. You've been looking a little longer than me. If there's something we could bring back that wouldn't scare him too much. It's pretty bad.
I think it would it would hurt everyone too much. I think it would bring morale down too much to bring anything back.
I wouldn't say anything, but I get your meaning. Well, all right. Poor little fella.
Okay.
Must have really hurt, you know.
I think he didn't feel the
Oh
drop.
no,
I think he was
you
dead
heard his
already.
you heard his squeak. It must have been terrible.
Okay. Let's head back down.
Cool. You guys start making your way down.
Yeah, Sane's no longer in a rush. He'll be helping Dallas pick his way down.
As you're coming
Yeah.
down, you can see kind of steam wafting from where the bat was
Oh yeah,
laying.
they cut it open.
Um, now, Tom, this dwarf seems to know what he's doing. Like, this is like another, just one more, but it's a lot. Are you trying to help? Are you offering to help? Or are you just kind of letting him do his thing?
Tom will offer to help. If he's like, no kid, just buzz off, Tom will be like, okay. But if he wants to help,
So, my only question, do you offer to help? Stand there and wait for him to ask you? Or what's your approach?
no, he'll offer because, you know,
Mhm.
you never know if anybody needs help if you don't ask.
All right. So you offer, and he like gives you a little wink. Yeah, like yeah, he wants help. And basically directs you on some of the more brutal strength-based tasks. Like he'll do cuts, and he asks you to grab here to here and wrench. You know, trying to get the
Yeah,
hide
probably
off.
spread ribs and all that stuff.
So,
yeah.
and
And probably utilizes Tom's claws a little.
oh yeah, ooh, likes that. And you guys
Ooh.
butcher this thing up. Do you want me to roll for the dwarf, or do you want to roll the survival?
You know, you got the sheet or the stats for the dwarf, so I'll let you handle that.
It goes that pretty quick. 15 on the die, so it's not bad.
Oh, does he get a...
He gets plus on
Vantage-
it too.
Oh, I guess Tom's not skilled in survival, so...
I basically
Yeah.
just lowered the DC a bit. So, for speed. You make pretty darn quick work of this between your strength and his knowledge, and he takes the big parts of it, and this cart back here. Let me scroll over to it. The one in the rear, mainly barrels of salt, so he just kind of puts it on top, and it has 2 walks, so. You might want to talk to Sane about that goat, unless you want to be yanking that wagon yourself. I'm going back. And after he does his work, kind of runs back.
Yep.
I have one quick question, then we should take a break. You can all talk and weigh in on this. How do you want to go about this missing goat issue?
Maybe a few rolls and a little role play. Like,
Sorry, in game, what would your guys' approach be as a team? Would you be trying to get a goat from someone who might have one? Try and offload the wagon onto other wagons, spread it out? What do you guys want to do?
Tom wants to find them a goat because they just lost a
Yeah.
cousin, father, whatever.
So, Phyllis, what's your approach? What would you be trying to vote for?
Floating.
Offloading onto other stuff?
Yeah, because chances are goats are gonna be, not super easy to find around here, and I don't think it's terribly fair to take that from somebody else. So it makes more sense to offload the burden and try and make do with what we've got.
Valis, what would your kind of argument be for this situation?
Probably would side with Zophanis. It'd probably be smarter to distribute it amongst the remaining wagons.
You're right. I saw a couple lighter wagons behind us offloading some of their goods, making sure it's far, far back there. Really just making it a lighter load. The goat can pull it. I think it's a good idea.
We're doing this in character, then mine was with a lot more mumbling.
It's fine. It's fine. So, this
Dallas,
situation,
a lot more.
this is definitely going to have to come down to Scylla's call.
Of course.
And it sounds like you're probably going to send Sane to do this proposal, unless, Tom, you want to accompany Sane to share your proposal with Scylla.
Oh, no.
It's up to you if you
I
want to
think-
have the two or just let Sane do his thing.
I think Tom, just mainly out of compassion for the folks in that wagon, will propose his idea because, losing family sucks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Um,
It'll be good to have that, voice of reason there, that accent.
I'm
You
going
mean
to-
the compassion?
Yep. I'm going to have you guys do a PvP of each of you make a persuasion check.
Yes.
Sane has an advantage on this, but
Oh.
rolled very badly.
I haven't. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What-
That's,
Ah!
this actually makes a lot of sense.
Sane, what did you
It
roll?
was like, Sane, I rolled a 13. So I rolled a 13.
And Tom. You rolled. That wasn't Tom's roll. That was a
That
final.
was me.
Okay,
Oh, I thought you meant all of us. I'm sorry. That's
It's-
why I rolled.
it's fine.
Bought
Yep.
Oh my
I
god.
think that's the
So I could help.
I thought that was Tom's roll. Sorry.
Oh.
I got a 7. Makes sense.
Okay. So yeah, and Z, you were on Sane's on the same page of break it up, right? Okay.
I'll carry word. Don't worry.
So you guys explained the situation to Scylla, and there's the nods, and you can tell Tom that she's pretty on board with Sana's idea. It's not unheard of. She warned people that might happen if you lose your livestock, kind of a thing. Risk were taken. Then, and Sana got his words in first, because he's a quick talker. Tom, you then propose your whole thing. We could, find someone with a goat who's willing to sell it. We could get them back on. They just lost somebody. It's pretty fucked up to take their wagon to. And she gives you this look, not condescending, but oh,
Sweet
you
summer
are
child.
sweet. You're so sweet, Tom. You're too sweet to these folk.
Yeah.
Doesn't say it, but exactly the look. Not condescending, just Tom.
Oh,
Look, Tom,
Like, Tom, we love you.
it's much nicer of an idea, but we need to get going. And honestly, I don't want to create more drama. You know, if we all start swapping livestock around, you know, they have plans for those goats. It might not be one even meant for
yeah.
hauling. Uh,
It's a sweet idea, Tom.
Well, one could try.
and
Mm.
I'm gonna throw a Jim bone per Charlotte's thing.
Yeah,
Everyone tell
I'd bring it
Scylla
up now. Yeah,
about
I'd bring it up now. I would
Z.
say something like, Z took a pretty big beating. They're stabilized. I waited a moment to tell you. They'll be in a quick recovery. I gave him my spot in the wagon. Helg already knows. Sounds like he's arranging to be able to find another scout. We'll get it sorted.
Helga already told me. Thank you, Sonic.
Oh, and that there large bat has been butchered, separated, being taken care of. So we have some meat tonight.
Oak told me that too. Thank you both.
Guess some.
Help distribute the goods. I'll send a lead or two down. We'll get this quick. Let's get back on the road. Make sure that ox is bandaged up.
Yep, quick, you got already going.
And you guys essentially ride out of this narrow pass into some more an area with better view, and continue on your way until you find a spot to rest. 1 second here. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. And Zilphana, Zilphanis, you essentially will have time for a long rest and everything. So, and you guys are back on the mountain passy roads. Congrats for getting through that encounter. Let's take a break. There's a long gap there, and we will come back and see what goes on next.
Sweet. 10 minutes or 5 or
Whatever long you need. I'm going to be shooting for about 10 myself.
See you all
Okay.
next soon.
They've returned.
Welcome back.
This has been real good so far.
Mm-hmm. I was a little worried right at the beginning when uh Tom had jumped on the back of that thing and all of us were huddled at the back. I'm like, oh no, is he the new Theoden?
Yeah,
But
we had it
no.
in the bag.
Yeah. Was a lot weaker than I expected it to be.
And I think that my reaction was a good call. I was debating on not using it, but I was like, probably better that the paladin stays up.
Yeah? The one that can distribute healing amongst multiple peoples.
Exactly.
Even at level 1.
Mhm.
When magics for the half-casters are not available yet.
Magic is unavailable.
Yep.
I mean, I have magic, I think.
Yeah, you'll get it at second, unless you got
I
first
have it.
stuff.
I should have 3 first level spell slots.
You're ranger, right?
So I'm looking at. I will fully admit I also build my characters out on D&D Beyond
Yeah.
because I'm like there's so much to keep track of personally that I'm like I use it as a way of making sure that I'm doing everything correctly.
Mm-hmm. I always have like a secondary character, like I have a one made for Valis on D&D Beyond. That way, I know like what I get when.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I guess I'm totally wrong. I do not get spells this level. You're totally right. I should fix that.
Whoops.
Now, I'll keep those in. I'm going to keep the spells that I have though, because those are the ones that I will be picking.
Yeah.
I just can't use them. That day,
Yeah.
I was because I was also considering casting Hunter's Mark.
Mm.
That's kind of the big one for Rangers.
To be perfectly honest with you, Hunter's Mark should just be a ranger ability.
Really should, yeah. It should be a class thing.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I feel like favored terrain and favored foe just aren't good.
I mean, they can be because I've used favored foe a few times, but that's also because I chose common races.
What did base favored foe do again? I forget.
Beginning at first level, you have significant experience studying, tracking, hunting, and even talking to a certain type of enemy. Choose a type of favorite enemy. You have advantage on survival checks to track your favorite enemies, as well as intelligence checks to recall information about them. You choose one additional favorite enemy, as well as an associated language at 6th and 14th level. Oh, I picked humanoid, so I picked humans and orcs, which is what I had in the other game. And I've used that a few times to track people. Like I used it to track Nor a couple times. Oh. Come in handy.
Yeah. To be perfectly honest, Hunter's Mark should just be part of favored foe. Actually, I think one of the alternate versions of the ranger that I've found, favored foe is roped into that.
It's interesting.
Or-
It's
yeah.
not, honestly.
I mean, only the ranger gets Hunter's Mark, right? Unless you go a specific subclass for paladin.
So Hunter's Mark can be acquired for paladins through a certain path.
Kyle had it. Yeah,
I think
that now.
it's fighters. Um, I think if you do that Eldritch Knight,
Hmm.
and I think there's somebody else who can get it.
Bards,
But-
maybe even.
Yeah. There's
Yeah,
also
we'll
certain
try.
feats you can acquire it through too.
So by D&D Beyond's like little label that they have at the bottom,
Mhm.
classes is Oath of Vengeance, Paladin, and Ranger. But
Mhm.
Interesting.
there's probably more that they don't have on here.
Oh yeah, there's different ways of getting it. So
I've returned.
Welcome back,
And so
everyone.
it's usually hunters that have that, or rangers that have the hunter's mark.
Yeah.
handy
Bards
spell.
can steal it pretty easily too.
I thought they might. I was like, I think I recall that seeing on Zadas's spell list when I was choosing spells for him.
I can't remember. Is it the lore bard that can steal from everyone's class?
Yes.
Yeah, Lore Bard.
Yeah.
The
Every
cool
few levels or
lad.
so, we get 2 magical secrets where we
Yeah,
can take
yeah,
2 spells from any
Like
class.
whatever you want.
Steal haste. Steal folly.
Almost dimension door.
Yep.
Ace is a classic.
The lore bard.
But yeah,
It's, you changed my.
anything you guys want to check in about before we resume?
No, everything's fine so far. You didn't go too far on the animal violence, which I think so.
Yeah, I tried to keep on one side of the fence. So cool.
So
All right.
yeah.
Our break veil is off.
After we take a drink at the same time as the veil goes off.
And
Yeah.
yep, you guys are back on the path. So, a couple days of the usual goes by. Slow crawling ox pace. Weather comes and goes. You guys hunker down. Nothing too eventful occurs while you guys are on the road. Beyond the normal. Sorry. Zilphanis, you are able to get back on the mend. Some of the medical supplies for the general caravan were used on you to kind of heal you faster. Sela kind of gives you that wink of, because I want you to be pulling your weight.
Yeah.
So it's an investment on her end. Now, Sylphanus, roll me a d4 real quick.
D4.
Yep.
1.
You're in the front again. So,
Ooh.
you're up there. This time you're not with your buddy. Who are you with this time? Let me check here.
Sadness.
Do-do-do.
I loved him.
You are with a half elf by the name of Coke. Koke. Some people call him Coke. He glares at them and asks to be called Coke. Yeah, he's an older half elf, pretty weathered, grizzled man. His hair is almost as white as Valis's, and he has striking green eyes. Wearing studded leather, has a whip on his hip. And every once in a while, you see him kind of like reaching into his tunic and stroking. But yeah, not sure what or why.
Fast question. Did we ever do character descriptions?
No.
No.
Because I'm tired. We should do that now.
Yeah, because I was thinking about that and I was like,
Oops.
I don't know, when you mentioned Valis's white hair, I was like, I don't think we ever explained how we look.
We probably should have done that at the start. You know what? Better late than never. Just give me a moment. So.
think we did say how tall everyone was, at least.
Yeah.
We did that.
Mhm.
Yes, we did that.
Wow.
Two
We
tall
are-
boys and then two short ones.
We are the last 8 letters of the alphabet, gang.
Also that. Actually, very much that. Didn't even realize that.
You know, let's just go. We're going to go in backwards order. We're talking about Valis. Whoops, Valis. Who are you? What are you playing as? I forgot because I was like, let's do it. Let's go. We should do this like every session, honestly. Describe who we
Yeah,
are.
probably.
Sorry. Joe, you're muted.
There we go. So whenever he's not wearing his heavy winter garb, which is probably when everybody's like got the campfires going and get ready for food and bed and all that, wears like a very tattered purple and black robe. Very like ratty and matted white hair that comes down to his shoulders. Very dark obsidian skin in two very red eyes. And there's like a red mark on his forehead to where it just looks like he perpetually either face palms or just smacks his forehead off of something.
I was wondering if that was intentional in the picture or not. I was like, hold up.
And you see him always have this staff that has a gnarled handle and such, but the head of it is like a large metal head to it with a hole drilled into it in a couple rings gone through it.
Ooh,
Nice.
pretty.
Spooky.
So that's Valis.
Next up, tell me about Zilphanus.
Yeah. So, Thomas is a wood elf. Slim build. About 6 foot and wild red hair, but has various like feathers kind of scattered in and tied into his hair. His dark, piercing blue eyes, and he usually wears a face mask that covers his face from the nose down. And he just wears kind of the usual garb of a ranger, somebody who's clearly more at home in the forest than in the mountains. So moss greens, dark browns, although right now he's dressed in winter clothing and furs to deal with mountains. And yeah, that's Z.
Awesome. And what about you, Paul?
Well, Tom Moon is a tabaxi, about 6'9", pretty bulky, not your average tabaxi. Definitely is not the tropical kind that lives an island life. They are hardier and look like they're built for this kind of environment. Rocky mountains and just coldness. They're not wearing as much clothing as everyone else, as they already have a winter coat, but they still have a coat on over that. It looks like maybe a military, just the a military jacket uniform, but the rest of the uniform probably has been lost or something. With how Tom goes about everything, it might have gotten torn up or something. Pretty well armored, has chainmail on at the moment, has tassets around his legs because, not many leg armors for, humanoid folk will fit Tom's kitty legs. And he also like has some furs like here and there, like between him and his armor. He's missing his left eye,
His
right eye.
Left eye.
Yeah, left eye. I got it right. I keep getting it. I'm like, okay. Yeah. And he has a lot of scars on his body, on his face. Looks like he's led a very rough and tumble life. He also has piercings in his ears and kind of has that like air of mercenary scum, but he doesn't act like it. Also, he's wearing a nice necklace with a little symbol with 3 wavy lines on it.
Ooh.
Woo!
See?
And Aludra, who are you playing?
I am playing Sane. Their physical appearance could best be described as confused. They're either the tallest halfling you've ever seen or the shortest elf you've ever seen. To be determined there. They've got a mop of brown hair and a perpetual little grin. They like to think themselves rather charming. Their eyes are a light hazel, but may sometimes take on the colors of the lights and surroundings. They have some leather armor under there, and you may occasionally get a glimpse at one of their many knives strapped around their person underneath the layers and layers of furs and comfort that they like to keep on themselves, as well as a pair of stunning dwarven gloves. You can see them faint glint of blue
Blued.
as they
Blued.
blued.
Yeah, so like, just to clarify, so when you blue a metal, it makes it this really dark, almost black color. And it's
Oh,
this,
that's cool.
Yeah. But there's,
It's magic when you watch it.
yeah, it's
So-
really pretty.
He's got really pretty gloves.
Pretty gloves with a bunch of blued metal pieces all over them.
Oh yeah, that's I.
Thank you. Whoops. On that fine note, Zilphanis, you're up front with Coke. I think I described him. Yep, that's the half elf ranger, right?
Grizzled, white hair,
It's like, where are my notes? I was just looking at them. Okay.
whip on a hip.
Yep. Old man Ranger Gruff. He's up there, petting the inside of his tunic. Go ahead and roll me a survival with advantage again,
Duke.
as you guys are leading the pack.
15.
Okay. Not bad. Definitely not bad. You can see, yet again, it's clear enough, and your vantage point you guys gone up to, you view enough that you see kind of where to avoid. He's familiar with the path. There's a couple routes you could take to get through this region. Looks like you saw maybe some dark movement over on the eastern one. It's like, no. And the center path looks like there's a lot of snow built up. So you and Coke kind of decide it's best to take the more western route through these valleys. Nice 15. Okay. 15. Checking me chart here. So, Faunus, go ahead and roll me a religion real quick.
Ooh. 14.
That's not bad. Oop, that's not my clipboard. It's not what I wanted. Hold on.
Still Coke.
Is it Cook or Coke? How are we saying his name?
Coke.
Coke.
He glares at you if you say anything else.
Coke. Got it. All right.
Whew. Okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Hmm?
Here's my question. So, Coke is one of the more veteran, trusted um, scouts under Silva's kind of lead. When you're running with Coke, scouting ahead, are you trying to like stick side to side to him? Are you giving him a little bit of a distance, like respecting his space? Um, what would Zilphanis' kind of approach of personal proximity be with this guy?
Maybe midway in between that, like close enough that like that it could be in contact, but not so far that it's like invasive.
Okay,
Also trying to kind of cover more ground.
okay.
Sense.
So you're doing that. So you keep him in eyesight. You can close that gap really quickly. And on your way back, kind of just blows over a ridge. There's some snow falling. It's not heavy like a blizzard. It's it's thick, deafening snow. Muffling snow is what I should call it. And as you're following him, you notice the kind of crunching sound of his footprints in the snow ahead of you start to become more and more and more muffled until you realize that there's no sound at all going on anymore. It's completely silent. You're walking, you can't even hear your own footsteps.
You can still see him though, right?
You can still see him, though he is, a bit obscured through the thick snow in front of you.
I'm gonna try and yell his name.
You
Mess it up.
yell his name. He does not turn around.
Oh, shit, that's bad. That's not good.
And with your passive perception, you start hearing your own heartbeat as you're following. You start hearing the sound of your blood moving through your veins. It's that quiet.
Well, with that change, I would probably try and close my distance. Him, like grab him so we don't get too far. Maybe start backtracking even.
So, to clarify, you guys were already on your way back to the caravan.
Okay, perfect.
So you were following him back, essentially. So you come up and let me roll me stealth with advantage. I'm just gonna have you do that.
21.
Yeah. So he doesn't notice you as you approach to touch him.
Scare the crap out of him.
And
Kill
you
this old
can.
man.
So how do you like grab his arm? What are you doing to signal him?
Well, clearly knowing that he cannot hear me, I would try and get his attention as like unsurprisingly as possible, which would probably be reaching out and just touching his arm lightly,
Okay.
kindly.
Let me roll to see. Okay. He doesn't stab you, which is good. But you definitely jolt him,
Indeed.
and he gets a short sword out, like ready to slash you pretty bad.
Ready to stab you.
Yeah, just and stops himself. He gives you this like, what the fuck? Look.
Try and talk to him again. Does he see my mouth move? Oh, no, I'm wearing a mask. He didn't.
And
I will.
he tries to talk to you, and it's silent.
And I'll just shake my head as it like I can't.
And he starts doing some hand gestures, essentially trying to communicate. I'm assuming you don't know Thieves Can't, or... Nope, okay. Roll me... Actually, I'm sorry, this is going to be interesting. I forgot to describe one thing. As you were kind of closing the gap to him, as the sky is kind of darkening above you with these snowy clouds, there's this kind of interesting light streaming through the clouds. Like, not under it, but this green snaking light tearing through the clouds, kind of zigzagging around near and above you guys in a very large, wide pattern.
I'd be concerned.
Um, I don't know. Would Zilphanus be concerned? This is not something he's ever seen before, that's for sure.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Mostly that he doesn't know what it is, and given the fact that it's silent right now when there should be sound, he's kind of like,
What is
No.
what does he think when he looks up and sees this light dancing about?
magic? Would probably be his first instinct.
Just magic. Okay.
Doesn't know what kind. Could be divine, could be arcane. He doesn't fucking know.
Roll me 1d4.
Hey,
Awesome. So now we're caught up. He's trying to communicate these things to you. And I want you to roll me a intelligence check. Is it intelligence? Any intelligence check you want. Let's just do straight intelligence, but with advantage.
intelligence with advantage.
Yeah.
19.
So you're trying to understand what he's signing for you, and it just gibberish. You don't get it, and you kind of feel this cold stillness overcoming you in your mind, and this calm, and you kind of start putting it together, and then you understand what he's trying to tell you. Mechanically, I'll explain shortly what's going on, but he's communicating, let's be stealthy, lay low, try and get back to Caravan, can't talk, enemies shouldn't hear. Pretty basic.
Nod.
And he's repeating it like over and over, and you finally nod.
Nod, and then I'll pull out my length of rope that I have and like tie it around my waist and like hand him the other end and kind of gesture for him to do the same.
Very quickly ties a knot, and he kind of picks up the pace while running very low. Roll me another stealth with advantage real quick.
20.
Nice. He rolls super high too. So you rolled 20. He's like 23, and nothing notices you guys as you silently make your way back towards the caravan. After you guys kind of dip through a low valley, your elevation kind of goes down, the snow is lightening, and you start to be able to hear your footsteps again. And you are out of the weird snow as it just kind of drifts along with those clouds off a ways. But you have this funny, still calm in your mind after going through this snow and looking at those lights. And for now, you have advantage on intelligence-based checks.
Yeah, cool. I like that.
I'll tell you
Take
when
it.
that goes away. But right now, you have that.
Awesome. I just keep heading back to camp and they're informed that maybe we should pause, wait for that snow to move on because it's kind of dangerous.
You come down
Or-
again out of the snow with Coke, and as soon as you guys can hear each other, wait, have I lost you, Charlotte? You're frozen.
Or-
Oh,
And we're back.
Oh, we're back. Okay.
Hear
Hey,
anything.
So, as you guys were coming out of the snow, and you could start to hear each other's foot falling, breaking through, padding, crunching, each other's breath. Coke turns to you with a face that kind of shows a bit of concern and wonderment. I don't know what that was, but
I
it
don't
feels
either.
like it did something to us, or to me.
I agree. It did something to me as well. Not entirely sure what though.
And looks over your shoulder. It appears to have passed. And as you look back, the sun is shining again. The weird green snow cloud things are gone.
Okay. I guess we just to keep heading back then and keep an eye out for any more of that.
Just kind of like, he's doing this slow, like, head shaking thing. Like he's thinking, like, what? Yeah, let's go back. I don't think we need to worry them about that.
I hope not.
And you make your way back. Coke goes to inform Scylla that taking the western route of the three passes, and I'm assuming it's business as usual for Sane, Tom, and Valis, but we're going to see.
Oh.
Starting with Tom.
Yep.
You're in that similar mid-wagon routine.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to roll a survival check for your little group here.
Okie dokie. That would be a 9.
Yep. Sue. Let me go over here. That cart that had all the salt and has the bunch of bat on it, axle snaps.
Okay. In front of Tom, or just like,
You hear it,
yep.
and they start
And-
shouting.
Yeah, Tom's gonna go and start helping, and signal everyone else to stop. Just, I guess Tom wouldn't be able to whistle, so you'll just shout, "Bro Axel, y'all!"
You're
And,
quite familiar at this point that if you relay something to Valis, he'll let everybody know.
I think Tom's still just gonna yell, clearly, broken axle, and
Valis,
go over.
your job. Do you do it?
Yep. Yep.
All right.
With the same purple arcane energy in his throat, yells out, "Broken axle, halt."
And like a megaphone, it echoes across the group through the kind of clear air and space between everybody. And sure enough, everybody starts slowing their acts and woeing them. Some people getting out and, stretching their legs, things like that. Couple coming over to help Tom. Tom, at this point, you've probably helped maybe repair a couple at this point. Your job is usually hold the damn wagon up.
Yep.
So go ahead and roll me that athletics.
Okie dokie, artichoke.
You're strong boy.
Oh, just watch. Athletics. It's 5.
Shit.
no!
So,
It's that extra bat meat, dude.
yeah, you were already aware, like, this wagon was kind of on its limit with those salt barrels. Like, that's probably why this axle snapped when you guys threw the bat stuff on. Yeah, the ox could pull it, but the wagon couldn't take it. And as you're trying to lift it, it's just, you're going to need some help.
Yep.
So, Tom, you're struggling with that for a moment. Sane,
Hmm.
do you do anything during this downtime? Are you trying to help Tom? Are you like, oh, this would be a good time to stretch my legs? What does Sane do when the caravan is going to be halted for a bit?
I mean, not like first would kind of peek out. Valis, Valis, good.
I mean, he's probably right near Tom.
Not
Perfect.
dead.
All right.
Not dead yet.
That would be a good
Blood
time
all
to-
over the snow.
That would be peeks out. Ah, fuck. No. That would be an okay time to look through that deerskin bag of goodies.
We'll do that later because I don't want to.
The bag is frozen shut. He's like stuffs
You-
it back under there.
You'll have opportunity to deal with the bag later.
Do it later.
Um,
So Sane will be helpful. Sane will pop out, stretch my legs,
You
go
know-
check in with Valis.
if you did want to examine the goodies, there is that
Do it later.
ring you got, which I actually do know what that is.
Okay, in that case,
How would Sane go about trying to investigate trinkets? What does he normally do with things he's acquired?
well, the first would be think of it like one of those shady merchants at like a really busy like palooza, right? Like
Okay.
appraising something at a pawn shop, like what we've got here is this real genuine authentic gold, we got any gemstones. It's like,
So you're just checking to see if it's real.
yeah.
Okay. You don't have proficiency with jeweler's tools, I'm assuming.
No.
That's
No.
fine. Then it's just going to be an investigation
Okay.
to try and figure out what you can figure out.
20.
Yeah, I mean, this
Sane's kind of a pack rat.
It's a nice gold ring. It looks completely plain, but it's definitely gold,
Okay.
and it's not thin. It's kind of a thick ring. You're pretty sure it's even got a bit of a sheen to it, like a little more than gold. Like there might be something special about the ring.
Okay.
You have a caster near you.
Sane. Yeah, Sane is gonna kind of like absentmindedly like hop out of the cart, like wander over and like kind of tug on Valis's like.
All right, over to
Cloak.
Valis. So you megaphoned. Tom's trying to lift it. He's struggling to lift it right now, which you don't see Tom struggle to lift things very often, Valis. Would you have anything that you'd try to do to help Tom right off the bat? Or what would you do? Or you'd be standing there like, oh shit.
Well, I don't have any magic spells that could help me lift it.
Mhm.
I'm not very strong myself, but I would at least try to help Tom lift it.
Okay.
I would
What?
try my damnedest.
So, the DC is going to be very high for you, Valis. You're going to roll an athletics check.
I believe
You
it.
know how
Alright.
strong this tiny wizard man is.
I'd laugh if it's a nat 20.
15.
Ooh.
That's pretty good.
So,
That is-
Decent.
so here's how this looks, Valis. Like you look at Tom. I'm gonna say you can use your intelligence to try and mimic what Tom's doing, because that makes sense for Valis. You see his posture. He's got his back in a nice arch. He's got the squat. He's got the good grip. He's lifting, and you are much smaller than him. So you try and do the same thing with your arms up instead of under, and you're going and you're pushing, and like you're barely able to breathe. Your knees are trembling. Your arms are shaking. All your joints are locked. But technically, you guys lift it high enough to where you could start to fix it. Though you like can't do anything else right now. You're locked.
Yeah, Tom's gonna be like,
And also, oh,
is there any of the salt barrels that are actually covered?
they would be covered, yeah. Try and keep
Yeah.
the moisture off.
Tom's gonna be like, why don't we use one of those barrels as a prop to keep this wagon up?
So
Yes, please. Yes, please.
here's the thing. couple things. One, I'll say the reason, Tom, you're having trouble lifting it too, it was hard to get footing where the wagon stopped.
Hmm.
The other thing, trying to think if I should just give this to you, see what happens.
Does it feel heavier than what just appears to be in the cart?
No, it's not that.
Okay.
It's more of, is this weight going to compromise the salt barrel?
I mean, barrels are pretty strong
They
by
are.
just the
They are.
nature of them.
They are pretty darn strong. This is a lot of weight. It's a lot of barrels. Let's say, Tom, you are trying to pick out one of the better built looking, newer barrels with metal straps and everything, right?
Hmm.
Just roll me investigation real quick.
Well, he ain't a cobbler. Well, not a cobbler. I can't remember what the name
Carpenter.
barrel makers are,
Or I
but
don't remember what barrel makers are called, but yeah.
investigation.
Yes.
Everything is alphabetical order, so I should be able to find it. Yep, dumb boy, let's do this. Oh, 15. Hey.
Nice. So yeah, you pick out a nice, newer looking salt barrel. You're also helping little Valis hold this up, so you guys are going to have to let it down to get the barrel out.
Yeah.
But you guys do it. Between the two of you, you can wedge this thing in there to prop the wagon up just high enough. The barrel's kind of like, that creaking, like little splintery sounds a bit, but doesn't quite explode. So you're good.
Yet.
Sana, you popped out to ask Valis. He is occupado. What would be your next approach?
Helping to finish this task, so that way he's free to help the ring.
How would you help?
I don't know.
What would you do?
That's what Sane's looking right now.
You're just standing
Like,
there, you're just staring at him.
He's pretty dexterous, like, in terms of, like, now that it's set, like, anything needs swapping, like, helping to move or shift anything.
Oh, yeah. Like, Tom's going to look over, see you just kind of standing there.
It's got them quick hands.
Oh.
Yes, Charlotte.
Charlotte?
I have shown up by this point to
You're
be able to help at all.
Basically about to right now. Yep.
Beautiful. I was like,
Yep. You are. I was just asking, what's Sane going to try to do, and then you're going to catch up. Essentially, once you guys scout ahead, you kind of get to be on break for a bit, if that makes sense. But yeah, Sane, you're like staring there. Tom's like giving you that look, like, come on.
Yeah, Tom's going to be like, Sana, come here. Make sure things are going to get plumb when we put the axle in. It will make it go faster.
Yep.
You do that?
So a couple of the traders kind of help direct you, Sane, to like where to look to make sure things are lined up. And
Nice.
Zephanus, you show up and you see this super heavy wagon on a barrel, and Tom and Valis trying to also kind of keep probably the pressure off the barrel a bit too, just in case. Sane like almost under this front axle of the wagon, like with his little hands trying to make sure things line up. A couple commoners trying to do this. There's still no new axle at this point, and you're quite familiar with the situation, given your self.
would I kind of spot anything that would like immediately strike me as being able to replace an axle, or would I know where to find?
Yep. Given your proficiency with such situations, you'd know you just need to find a good piece of wood. Whether you guys try and fell a tree, or find something nearby that would work, or try and reuse one of the axles off one of the other, like that wagon you guys kind of tore down. any of those things could be an approach.
Okay. I guess I'll go ahead and take the. Do I spot anything nearby that looks like it would work?
Yeah. I'm actually going to have you roll investigation with advantage. If you don't have proficiency in investigation, roll me your land vehicles with pro advantage. Either one.
I do actually have proficiency in investigation.
Perfect. So with advantage.
Three.
Okay. Yeah. You from afar you can
Sheesh.
you can see like you see that wagon. You see a wagon that's two ahead. You look at that axle they kind of strapped on top of it, and with a bit of woodworking, you could get it to fit.
Okay. Then I would like to run and grab that and start using my knife to start shaping it into shape as quickly as I can, seeing that Valis and Tom are kind of, want to keep them waiting kind of a thing.
Cool. So yeah, you quickly find the piece to the puzzle. Couple folk help you get it off the top and carry it over there, and you start kind of like trying to carve it with your kind of whittling knife to get that cut down a bit. Would Sylvanas ask if anybody has any wood carving tools?
Probably, yeah, because he would use his own knife if he had to, but obviously he knows that that's not
They don't have
proper.
any. No one close by up here has chisels for some reason. They're just like, nah, and they're also just kind of watching you go at it.
Okay, yeah. I'll keep going until it fits, and then
Just roll me
Actually,
survival for how quickly you carve it. What's up, Paul?
Tom would be like, if you want something bigger, you can use my glaive. His glaive is basically a giant axe head on a pole arm.
I don't know if that would be too wieldy for what I'm trying to do.
It's up to you. You could try to two-hand it like a whale knife if you wanted to, or you could use your tools you're familiar with. I'll say this. Here's what I'll say: if you roll with the tools you're familiar with, you're pretty sure you can get it done without ruining anything or hurting yourself or anyone else. If you try to roll with the glaive, there's a chance it could be really quick, and that you could hurt yourself. It's up to you.
I'm going to use my tools that I'm familiar with.
All right, go ahead.
Probably a good call.
Yeah, survivey. For just how quick.
And
You just go at the normal Sylvanas pace. Get this thing carved out. It takes a few minutes, or, probably 30 minutes or something to get it just right. Not loose, but it fits in there. And you guys managed to get this axle back on. Cool. Sane, it's done. What's on the tip of your tongue?
Waits for half a second, very polite.
Half
Hey,
a second,
Valis?
super polite.
As Valis is like hunched over, like holding his shoulders, like
You did good. You did good. You did good.
Actually, Tom's gonna just kind of give a rub, just be like, "You did good."
thank you.
Valis didn't stretch. He's been walking,
No,
so
he
his
did
legs
not.
aren't bad, but your arms and shoulders are probably killing you.
Mm-hmm.
Tom gives that kind of rubs you in a bit.
The Valis.
One quick question. So, Tom, given who your character is, with your kind of massage, would it be more of a just gentle rubbing, trying to loosen things up, or you're like, oh, there's the knot, and trying to work it out real quick?
Oh, it would be the more direct, maybe
Okay.
painful route because some people did not care that he associates himself with. So
Roll me an athletics medicine combo real quick.
Okay. Let's see how this works. I am sorry if I rip off your arm.
It'll feel better after.
Athletics
Hi.
10.
Okay.
Let's see. Medicine. Ha!
I, Joe,
5.
would welcome this back massage. However, Alice, I have no idea.
Alice is a tender
Why are
man.
you hurting me?
Valis, roll me
So
a con.
funny.
Uh,
Helped you. Why are you
oh, this is
hurting me?
amazing.
Oh,
Dirty 20.
nothing.
Dude.
You.
Oh yeah,
Valis, like,
you came
so-
from the Underdark.
so here's what happens, Tom. You're like, he's a small, and you can tell, like,
Mhm.
and
He's
you're
a
you're
small.
trying to massage him without breaking him, and it's almost like
Or
the
using
muscles are.
claws.
Yeah, you're not using your claws. His muscles are so small they're like hard to find. So you're like, you're doing a normal like massage strength, nothing too crazy, but you're like, God, where the? And then like Valis finds the muscles for you and keeps adjusting and like leaning in, like he's liking this kind of pain. Like, yes.
Yes, right there. Yeah, yep, that's good. Yep.
Like I'd say he might even
Crunch.
get a little bit like a little rude if you like tried to stop kind of thing with how nice this is going. That's fine
Hey,
with you,
Tom.
Joe. Just like, hey, right there.
Yeah. Tom's just like going with it. It's just,
Okay.
Val's is a small boy who doesn't lift many things up, so just want to make sure he's in working condition tomorrow and not like, oh God, that half hour we were lifting the cart, I can't even move my upper body because
Hold on.
So
Oh no.
yet again, Sane, your priorities are being overridden by people and their other things that they're doing. You're standing there holding the ring in your fingers, just like Zilphanis, you see it. He's holding a golden ring. You haven't seen him have such a golden ring before. This is a new
I
golden ring.
probably have this golden ring. I'm like, I
And-
see you there, and we make eye contact, and then I turn and head back for the gun.
and here's the thing, like there's
Wait,
gambling there's gambling that happens, but like unless he gambled like today while riding, that's the only time he totally would have bragged about this ring. You guys are always around each other, so
Yeah.
yes, Z, you see that.
Probably go after him and be like, "How exactly did you get that?"
I found it in a snowpack.
Kind of tilt my head, and you can definitely see like absolutely not believing. Well, not actually absolutely not believing, but a little of like, really, really.
The previous owner didn't need it anymore. Couldn't be using it. They were dead. Not by my doing. And we didn't know them, probably.
Where did you find it?
It was in the nest.
I probably would have been briefed about that at this point because I was like, I keep forgetting this is a couple days after.
It was. Yeah, I set the bag that I found by you. I still haven't looked into it yet. It's pretty frozen. I also found the ring. It's.
I see.
I'd rather
Right.
not show it off to everyone.
Samuel, why do you want Valis to take a look at it?
I think it's magic. See, this is gold, but it has a certain sheen to it, and I don't quite know why. I don't want to put on a cursed magic ring, but if it's a normal magic ring,
I see your point. Just give him a little while. There'll be time this evening when we stop to ask him.
Zilphanis, you have this feeling like you could probably figure it out.
Really? Okay. I'll do a second, kind of like, for a moment, and do you mind if I actually take a look at it? Don't take it, I promise.
So
Hold out my hand and
sounds
take
like
it.
Sane, squinting suspiciously, slowly extends their hand out to hand Zilphanis the ring, doing the side eye, like mouth open.
exactly.
isn't sure what Sylvanas is gonna do. Is
Here-
Sylvanas
here you
going
go.
to throw it into the snow where he found it? Who knows?
Just off the cliffs.
Oh, get it!
No.
So Sylvanas,
Do you know magic too, then?
What did you say? Adria?
I'm not gonna interrupt God. It's not good practice.
Sane said, "You know magic too, then?" I did the voice for
Oh,
sound like
okay.
a
That's what
goblin.
I thought, but I was like, wait.
I mean, he's acting like a goblin, right?
It's the goblin mascot. Yeah, okay. So
Know a little bit. Yes.
Just gives you like this, like, yeah. What is it?
Sylvanas, how would you go about kind of trying to figure out what magical properties a ring might have?
I'd probably kind of like turn it over in my hand, rub my fingers along it, see if I can feel any like runes or any other like magical indicators of things I might know.
Yeah, roll me. First, I want you to roll me an Arcana with advantage because you have that blessing
have the
going
thing.
on still.
Oh yeah.
15.
You
Nice.
can feel the magical humming. You know, your elven body can attune to it so easily. You can feel that just through your fingers. There is that magical emanation. Definitely magical. But there's no physical runes or anything like that. It's very smooth ring.
And I imagine that wasn't a high enough roll to tell like what kind of magic.
It doesn't feel evil, if that's what you were trying to figure out. It doesn't.
Yeah, that's more of discerning whether this was.
I think that's what you were going for. You're not getting that like, whoa, drop it vibe. That
Yeah.
Ah!
Hearing whispers of the damned.
No,
It was
no,
to
it's-
drop it like
You're not getting anything like that. You can basically tell with your knowledge of magic. Either someone would need to be familiar with what this is through some type of history, like, oh yeah, I know these. They're made by Bob down in what that, or you would need to cast Identify or attune to it to see what it does. As a reminder, I have quick attunement in my game. I think I said it's a minute.
nice.
Kind of give it a one more turnover before I like get over to you, like you would a coin. It's definitely magic. It's not evil. If
That's good news. That's good, right?
yes, you should be able to put it on and find out what it does without many side effects.
Okay. That's a start. Should we run it by Valis first? Do you think it's safe?
If you would feel more comfortable, I feel confident in the answer that I gave you. So
All
it's your
right.
ring.
I mean, it's a ring I found.
Well, doesn't that by default make it yours now? Not gifting it to anyone, it is in your possession, and as you said, the owner previously is now dead.
You're right. You're right. It's a nice ring too. It's like putting it on already. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So what does Sane look like when he's attuning to a magic item? Is he just standing there, like, examining his hand for a minute, like, oh? Or...
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Quick minute goes by. And, yeah, you can feel the kind of magic in the ring pulse through your hand into your body, and you have this connection to the ring now, Sane. And it has this feeling like if you reached out your hand towards something, you could probably get closer to it. I'm going to whisper at first what this does to you. Come here. There we go. Actually, I'm gonna send it on Discord because it's too long.
Oh, I see.
I don't
Oh my.
trust whispering on Roll20 with long.
No, it's probably gonna post like 3/4 of it.
Mm.
Don't worry, you're just gonna like lose your hand and have a spectral hand. You know, nothing big.
Fine. Did you send that to me?
No,
Oh, no. Never mind. Okay. I was like,
I just checked Discord. I'm like, oh, look at all these messages. Good.
Okay, cool. Yeah. It wasn't an emergency question, but I was sitting there and I was like, wait, I didn't write down how many
It's
I have.
really cool.
So, that you have that feeling that you could try to do that.
I could try to do that.
You don't. I'll say Sane doesn't know what it's going to look like until if he tries it, or unless
Yeah.
he gives it to someone else to try. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know how to explain this, but it's really cool.
You don't need to. It's magic. Sometimes you can't.
I don't like that, but
Like it or not, that's how magic is.
eh. well, I think sometime I could try this. I think we should give it a little bit of time. I think it makes travel a little easier. That's the best I got. I'd have to practice with it.
Oh, if you need a practice buddy, it's available.
You mean it?
Wouldn't have said it if I didn't.
It's sparkles. And it's like, that'd be great. You seem capable and trustworthy in case something goes south.
Yeah, meaning you'll put yourself between me and whatever's trying to kill me.
No, more like if he gets stranded, you're a scout and could probably fish him out.
Yeah, Yeah. That's totally what he meant.
That's pretty good.
So
Oh, God, these
you
backdrops are
guys
so pretty.
figured out the ring. It doesn't seem cursed. And
Now.
I'd say that.
Tom, and you've learned that Valis really likes massages that are deep, and he's trying to show you how to do it. He deeply enjoys a good massage.
Sorry.
The caravan keeps following along that western road, and some heavier weather comes down. Not a crazy heavy blizzard, but some significant snow. Visibility goes down. The caravan gets tightened up as the wagons get closer together. People are on a more heightened alert as visibility and sound are both a lot more difficult through this low valley. Quick question. It's about time that we normally wrap it up. I think we probably should, even though I don't want to stop, but I think we should end it pretty soon here. How do you all feel about this? Sure.
I kind of would like to do some like downtime conversations before we kind of like
End it.
close off because I feel like that would be a nice close to session 0. Because I also would like to keep playing. I actually have a lot of energy tonight suddenly, probably because it's session 0.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm like, I would like to play a little bit longer with like more RP and more sit down and talking.
Just one more round.
Joe, how are you feeling?
Yeah. I'll second that. Do a little bit of downtime.
Paul?
Hour at tops. I am kind of starting to wear down.
I think in 45 minutes we're going to start getting sloppy. That's what I'm concerned about. And we don't have to do a long post-game check-in. I want to have a brief one because I know how that goes.
That's fine.
Alu, I already know what you want to say, but go ahead and say
Give me more.
it. Never stopping. Okay.
Never stop.
10-hour sessions.
Dude,
Let's
I
go!
used to, man. We used to
I
do
will
that.
pardon
Yeah,
them,
no
those
more.
grumblers.
I'm I'm old now.
Old dads can't do the 10-hour D&Ds.
I'm starting to feel it on my end too. Weird perpetual.
Welcome
soreness.
to post 25, dog.
Yeah.
Thanks. It's
Oof.
it's uncomfortable here.
So, yes, what I was kind of alluding to, we'll continue for a bit.
Alluding to.
What I was alluding to, and what often happens when snow comes in, you guys tighten up to get ready to stop, if you need to stop. Standard practice that Scylla kind of trains everybody for. The leads will be kind of running, shouting, making sure everybody's accounted for when the snow starts coming in, make sure we know where everybody's at. You know, if the scouts are too far out, they're going to hunker down. If they're close enough to get back, they'll get back. Right now, not sure how this storm is going to go. It might be just normal snow, might pass. But you have a chance to kind of chill, if that makes sense. Get it? So, Sonny, you're on your wagon.
Yeah,
It's a different wagon this time. Different folks.
that's fine.
It's your
The fish
second
wagon.
favorite wagon.
Ooh, nice. Good start.
I have more things that I would throw at you guys, but I do want to open the floor for all of you to say things you want to say. I think Sylphanus, we should open with them, because they have kind of the least time chilling compared to Sana. Sana, you're going to be last.
So, question: are we still in wagons? Are we settling down like around fires for?
So
Such
to
and
describe
such.
where you're at, I would describe it like this. You guys have all kind of huddled around the wagon. The pace is still going at an ox pace, which is a slow walk. You can all hear each other just fine. You might stop soon, kind of a thing. Does that make sense? You're not on duty.
Yeah. So, kind of walking, thinking. Oh, so you can kind of feel me looking at the back of your head, looking at your hair. Is the impression that you get, and it's kind of burning a hole in the back of your head a little bit.
Looks side to side, realizing that somebody's looking at him, and then, hi, Sylphanus. You're staring at me?
Apologies. Yes. Hair. Have you taken care of it recently? Noticing all of the mats and like.
Not, no, not really.
You
We've been-
want to?
Looking at
I-
Sylphanus's combed, sheamy hair.
Yeah.
His hair is big and like wild, and you can see it's kind of like roughshod cut wise, but it's still like well kept and clean-ish as much as a ranger can be, and brushed.
I mean, he kind of like runs his hands like through his hair. I mean, I don't exactly have a comb or anything.
Oh, when we stop here soon, I could do something if you'd like, or help you, even if that is preferable.
Sure. Yeah. That'll be all right.
Just know I personally feel very uncomfortable with knotted hair, and I'm not sure if you'll feel the same, but
And he kind of like scratches like the back of his head, like a little bit ashamed, because he hasn't exactly thought of it. It's kind of been a while since I've combed my hair.
do I get that feeling of shame?
Probably, yeah. It's probably written all over his face.
Embarrassment, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no need to feel bad about that. I went through a period of time in my life, similarly, where I went those same things. So I understand. It's merely an offer on my part. If it's not something that bothers you, then please, by all means, do not worry about it.
I think I might like that. Yes. Thank you.
Of course. Now, since I didn't get a good look at it, or rather, looking at it and walking not agree with me, what are those notes about?
They're a bunch of other drow that I've heard stories about. A couple of the ones at the beginning are one that I encountered myself.
Oh? Like who?
His name is Dritz. He gets like kind of like real quiet when he says it.
If you said the name that I think you said, I happen to be an admirer of him as well.
You are? And his eyes like light up.
Yes, I have heard many a time of the tales of Drizzt Do'Urden.
He's amazing, isn't he? I mean, he's better than I am. Some of the other drow that I've encountered in my life. But yes.
Well, you're probably one of the first drow I've ever met, so can't speak on that too terribly much. But if he is who you admire, then I think that we'll be very good friends.
Really? He kind of like turns off to the side. Yes, I have a friend.
Achievement unlocked, friend.
Achievement unlocked. Made a friend.
What other drow do you keep record of besides him?
I mean, there's a couple that I encountered in some of the larger cities. One of which he actually somehow was a political figure in the city. I kind of might have outed him as being a devil worshipper, but that's neither here nor there.
Indeed. What?
Yeah, he had a deal with a devil from the house.
That is fascinating, although
And he kind of pulls out a third book from his robes.
just walking around with a library in his bag. This is like
Pretty much.
There's no survival supplies. It's just books.
Yeah. And he kind of like shows off a book that is written by him. And
Oh,
I
published?
forget what the name of the book was.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Later, details later.
Yeah, details later. But yeah, it's semi-published by him. I mean, it's not quite an official thing, but yes.
It's like it's not a fancy publishing, but it's proper bound, semi-mass published book
Fancy.
with
Impressive.
Yeah.
I haven't met too many authors in my time. I don't usually ask questions of the people that I normally travel with.
If you like to read it, you can.
And I think I'd rather hear you tell me about it.
Okay. And he puts it back into his robes.
Tom's like standing probably in the corner of your eyes, just grinning at you two.
I
Because
Who's
he's
talking?
watching you guys. Been eavesdropping all this time.
I
mean, the
assumed
both
we
of
were
you-
still kind of walking while we were talking.
Yeah.
I'm like, we're not stopped or anything. Like,
Tom's like, I'll imagine Tom's on the other side of the wagon, and so you guys are probably in the rear, right? He's on the other side, just like, just staring at you guys.
I mean, he's probably checking like everyone's covers for their wagons and stuff, you know. So same direction.
Helping them fight the wind a bit. Stuff
Oh
like that.
yeah.
Yep.
Making sure things are properly tied, you know, tugging things and eavesdropping,
And he's dropping.
as one does.
as one does.
Speaking of eavesdropping, which is one of Sane's professions, what's Sane up to
Immediately
Besides-
eavesdropping. Come on.
besides eavesdropping this entire encounter? What are you? Do you pipe up? Are you just like taking it all
Oh,
in?
no.
What are you up to?
Absolutely taking it. Like, would probably have a subtle shuffle inside of the cart, like scoot closer to their side, like like if somebody came around the side, you know, I'd get that quick shift, look like I'm just relaxing, normal size stuff. But no, it's really eavesdropping hours right now.
Okay, I like it. Cool. Anyone else have any pipe ups they want to do?
I mean, after Tom, you know, does the job that he needs to do, if anybody requests to take out his guitar, he'll probably start playing it. You know, lift up spirits because, yeah, this kind of whiteout snow situation is a little unnerving for some people.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, if somebody's like, "Yo, Tom, play something," he'll start strumming away.
Cool.
Probably having to tune his guitar because of the cold, but
Yeah, one of the folks you help tie the I can't think of the word.
Cover?
Cover. Thank you. Cover the
Yeah.
wagon on. It's like, Tom, we could really use some of your tunes. It'd be nice.
Oh,
yeah,
You
he'll
can tell
start.
he's nervous. Last blizzard, he got pretty freaked out.
Yeah,
fella.
so Tom will take out his guitar and start playing a tune, just something relaxing, slow. You know, maybe a little upbeat, maybe not. Depends on Tom's mood at the moment, but you know, just something to let everyone know, you know, they're safe, they're secure, they're not alone. Yeah,
So you start playing that, trying to get your notes through the, whistling wind that's blowing through the valley, overcoming the muffled snow. Roll me a performance check real quick, just to see how well you are doing that right now.
18 so far.
Nice.
Solid.
Not
Yeah.
bad, Tom. In fact,
Actually,
it is good enough that your buddy up front hears
Just has to assert his dominance.
yeah, I was gonna say maybe Tom's actually playing a song that like everybody kind of knows or knows the words to.
Quite the
I-
song from him.
He rolls an 18 as well.
It's his song.
You guys end up playing in harmony.
Yeah, and just a tune. Everybody like it.
It's
Yeah,
not
it's-
your song. It's not his song. It's one of the nice, just traveling songs.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
That everybody can just like sing along. They know lyrics. You know, it's one of those old tried and
fact-
true songs.
Tom, roll me a religion check real quick.
Ooh.
Ooh, he's so good at religion, guys. Look at that -1 for our paladin. So
Lucky number
proud.
7.
So what it is, you know the notes, and it is a song to your favorite deity. You don't know all the words to the song. You kind of put in the words you like, like you're doing your
Mhm.
Tom version of it.
Yeah.
The guy up front, he's very much a instrument player. He's not a singer. But yeah, so it's that familiar, calming, the basic message is let us pass safely on our travel from here to there, let us blah, 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 not, freedom, safety,
Yeah.
home to home kind of a song. You know what I mean?
Trail blaze as you gallop across the land.
Yep. And then Tom's just spicing it up however he sees fit. It's his live concert every day. So
Every day.
never know what he's gonna say. Cool. Haha, literally. So any other stuff you guys kind of want to chat about? At this point, it's not looking like you're proper stopping at this point. You're going to keep slowly going through, which y'all do whenever possible. But it's totally fine to just kind of have, a lot of folks try and like ease the tension through conversation in times like this.
Does anyone join in the song?
Hmm.
I was actually gonna ask, like, would I recognize it at all?
It's a common tune.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll history
Would it
with advantage.
would
Especially
it be so common that Valis would?
That's an even better question.
Alice, roll me history
Yeah.
with disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Okay.
16.
Yep. So
7.
this makes sense. Zilphanis, with your 16, you definitely know this tune. Commonly played, sung, drummed with people traveling from point to point. It's one of those go-to, almost a prayer kind of songs, trying to uplift and ease spirits while traveling. Valis, nope. This is a nice tune though. It kind of eases the mind. It's like everything's gonna be all right.
Z would jump in after Valis is done talking about whatever the book
Cool.
that I asked him to tell me about.
Valis, or so Zilphanis, you're gonna sing around. If you want, you can roll performance to see if you can get in on the tunage.
Be quiet, but yeah. See, performance.
It's up to you.
Not gonna be good. Oh, yeah, no.
Ooh.
He is
Zilphanis
very,
sings to himself.
has a nice voice. So he sounds like Jude Law, but when it comes to singing, he is tone deaf.
Okay.
He still enjoys the music though.
Yeah, probably like sways out of tune, out of beat and all that.
Oh, you know what? It's canon now. He is tone deaf.
Cool. Sane.
Eh.
What about you?
Zana will have a little bit of a hum, not necessarily singing along, just kind of bobbing the head, enjoying the tune.
Okay.
Living in the moment.
Okay. Alrighty. Any other downtime chat you guys want to initiate real quick before I move seeds? That's my question.
Probably maybe also be working on one of my carvings or
Okay.
walking.
Cool. So, is it like one of those things where I'm going to throw a wild guess out there? You can correct me. One of those things where you kind of have it in your hand as like a comfort thing, and if you get a quiet step, you do a couple carves on it, and then kind of go back to doing what you're doing and carve on it, or is it you're like kind of focusing on it while you're going? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, probably a midway point of the both that, because I figured it would be the one block that he kind of works on when he's like thinking
Okay.
about things. Also probably simultaneously to like keep his hands busy, kind of a thing.
Cool. Walking a real slow pace. I'll have you roll acrobatics, not to trip, but it's going to be really low DC. And then, gosh, what do I normally have you do for your wood carving? Do you have wood carving tools? Can't remember.
I do not, but I believe you've had me roll sleight of hand before.
Yeah, depending on right now, we'll just go with sleight of hand.
So, acrobatics 7, not
Okay.
great. And sleight of hand 8.
So again, you're just kind of like almost just letting your hand fall across the wood more than like really getting nitty and gritty with it. Trying to let the wood shape itself a bit. And it's slow going, and it's snowing, and your hands are cold.
Yeah.
You don't fall on your face or anything, it's that kind of like, switching between what you're up to and everything going on around you. Okay. So you guys continue through this blizzard, and the wind's howling, the snow falling, but it's not thick enough. That Scylla wants you guys to stop. Keeps kind of trying to lift the spirit, get everybody joined in on the song all the way up and down the caravan. You can even hear some of the scouts who are on duty kind of echoing a bit from some of the higher hills, like, tuning in, trying to get in on it.
It's probably like a very like, oh gosh, what is that kind of stuff? Where one person has one part and then the other, like,
Duet.
either. No, call and. Oh gosh.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about, but I can't think of the word or the term.
They do a verse, you do, back and forth kind of thing. So yeah, they're trying to chime in. You can only really hear the folks from behind and on the left side of the wagon because of the wind. But it's a comforting sound to hear the morale's high up with the scouts as well. And yeah, you guys make it through. The snow starts to thin and blow over the hills and onto its next destination. And the placement on this map that I'm about to show you isn't right. Obviously, we're just kind of using it for vibe. But let me pull this up and then describe what you guys see here. So the clouds start blowing over the eastern side of these hills, clearing the sky up above you again. Kind of have this picture is now that last whiffs kind of leaving your sight. There's a nice thick layer of snow around. Another few inches fell on the packed snow you guys were already traveling through. Up ahead, you guys realize as you're passing, almost midway through the wagon, like people didn't notice with the snow falling too much, there's a cave with light coming from it. And the snow kind of melted right there. Sylphanas, you noticed first, given your super high passive perception.
Yeah.
And you can see kind of the fire flickering around in there. And that's where we're going to end it.
Somebody in the cave.
That's a good question.
Oh,
There's fire.
Sounds like we'll have to find out next week.
It does. So, yeah, we will end it right here. Just kind of imagine the caravan's like maybe a third the way past this thing, and you guys see it on the left. Make sense? Alrighty. On that fine note, get it? Because y'all was singing. Let's call this session for tonight.
yes.
And let's do our little outros. So, I'm Gats. I was the GM tonight for Bane of the Ancients, D&D, Season 6, Session 0. And who was I playing with tonight?
Hello and good evening, everyone. I am Aludri, and I was playing Sane. It's a lot of fun.
Hello, I'm Charlotte, and tonight I played Sylphanas, and I hope you all have a good evening.
I'm Paul. I was playing Tom. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to this campaign.
And I'm Joe. I played Valis. This was a lot of fun. I can't wait till next session.
Whee! All right, now it's all wave goodbye for 15 seconds as I slowly end all of the stream.